سيداتي سادتي الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم اليوم الثلاثاء العاشر من ذي القعدة لعام 1444 للهجرة، الموافق 30 من مايو لعام 2023، في ورشة عمل السياسات والمعايير الجيومكانية الوطنية للمملكة العربية السعودية، والذي تنظمه الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية جوسا بشراكة مع اتحاد المعلومات الجيومكانية OGC المفتوحة في العاصمة السعودية الرياض، وبحضور عدد من الجهات ذات العلاقة من القطاعين العام والخاص، الأكاديمي والقطاع غير الربحي، بالإضافة إلى عدد من الخبراء العالميين، والتي تسلط الضوء على السياسات الجيومكانية الخاصة بحكومة البيانات الجيومكانية وسياسة تصنيف البيانات الجيومكانية، كما ستتطرق أيضا إلى المعايير الجيومكانية وإدارة وتقييم جودة البيانات والمواصفات المعنية بالبيانات الجيومكانية والوطنية، والسجل الوطني أيضا للمعايير الجيومكانية. وتعد السياسات والمعايير الجيومكانية أولى مخرجات الشراكة بين اتحاد البيانات الجيومكانية المفتوحة OGC والهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية جوسا في المملكة العربية السعودية. نفتتح هذه الورشة بكلمة لسعادة رئيس الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية الدكتور المهندس محمد بن يحيى الصايل.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. يسرني أن أتقدم لمقام خادم الحرمين الشريفين أيده الله، ولصاحب السمو الملكي ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظه الله، ولصاحب السمو الملكي وزير الدفاع رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة حفظه الله، بالشكر والتقديم على الدعم اللامحدود لقطاع المساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية. فبناء على تنظيم الهيئة عملت الهيئة على بناء وتطوير البنية التحتية الجيومكانية وتوفير الخدمات والمنتجات الجيومكانية بجودة عالية وفق أفضل المواصفات والمعايير والممارسات العالمية، حيث تم إطلاق المركز الجيومكاني الوطني الذي يعد مرجعية وطنية لحوكمة البيانات الجيومكانية ووضع المعايير والضوابط لتحقيق الاستخدام التكاملي لمنظومة المعلومات الجيومكانية، كما تم اعتماد الإطار التنظيمي لحوكمة البيانات الجيومكانية والقاموس الوطني للبيانات الجيومكانية والنموذج الوطني للبيانات الجيومكانية والنموذج الوصفي للبيانات الجيومكانية. كما تم إطلاق النسخة المحدثة من المنصة الوطنية الجيومكانية، والتي حصلت على جائزة الأداء المتميز لنظم المعلومات الجغرافية العام 2022 للهيئات والمنظمات التي تستخدم برمجيات معهد أبحاث النظم البيئية إزري. نظير العمل المتميز في الهيئة المتمثل في تطوير المنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية، وتعمل الهيئة حالياً على الربط الإلكتروني لقواعد البيانات الجيومكانية في جميع الجهات ذات العلاقة مع قواعد البيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية في المركز الجيومكاني الوطني بالهيئة، مع الأخذ في الاعتبار التحسين والتحديث المستمر. وبهذا ندعو الجهات التي لم تقم بالربط بالاستفادة من ذلك. وفي مجال السياسات والمعايير عملت الهيئة مع عدد من المنظمات والخبراء الدوليين على إعداد السياسات والمعايير الجيومكانية الوطنية بالتعاون مع اتحاد البيانات الجيومكانية OGC، والذي تهدف الهيئة من خلاله إلى تنظيم قطاع المساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية بالمملكة وفق أفضل الممارسات والمعايير العالمية، ويمكن للجهات الحكومية الاستفادة من هذا التعاون عبر التنسيق مع الهيئة توحيدا للجهود وتحقيقا لكفاءة الإنفاق. وفي الختام أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لجميع الجهات في القطاعين الحكومي والخاص والقطاع الأكاديمي والقطاع غير الربحي على الجهود المبذولة في سبيل تحقيق المستهدفات الوطنية، وأتطلع إلى مزيد من التنسيق والتعاون وتبادل الخبرات والتجارب والمشاركة الفاعلة في ورشة عمل اليوم، وإبداء المرئيات حيال مسودة السياسات والمعايير الجيومكانية التي ستعرض اليوم. وأسأل الله عز وجل أن يحفظ قيادتنا الرشيدة ويديم على بلادنا نعمة الأمن والأمان والرخاء والازدهار في ظل قيادة الرشيدة بقيادة مولاي خادم الحرمين الشريفين وسمو ولي عهده حفظهم الله. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لسعادة الرئيس الدكتور مهندس محمد بن يحيى آل صايل. ولأهمية التعرف على الهدف من هذه الورشة يتحدث إليكم الآن مساعد رئيس الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية للمركز الجيومكاني الوطني المهندس عاصم الغامدي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير، وأهلا بكم في ورشة عرض مسودة السياسات والمعايير الجيومكانية الوطنية بالتعاون مع اتحاد البيانات الجيومكانية المفتوحة OGC. سنستعرض اليوم ما قامت به الهيئة من جهود خلال هذا العام من أجل تطوير واعتماد البنية التحتية الجيومكانية الوطنية من إطار عمل متكامل لإدارة المعلومات الجغرافية المكانية إلى تطوير منصة جيومكانية وطنية للوصول إلى بيانات جيومكانية حديثة ودقيقة، وبناء شراكات وطنية وعالمية للاستفادة من هذه البنية، وأخيراً وليس آخراً تطوير سياسات ومعايير تحدد جودة البيانات وآلية مشاركتها واستخدامها وتصنيفها وحمايتها. في إطار عمل إدارة البيانات الجيومكانية أطلقت الهيئة في فبراير الماضي المركز الجيومكاني الوطني ليكون مرجعية وطنية موحدة لتحقيق الاستخدام التكاملي لمنظومة المعلومات الجيومكانية الوطنية، مسترشدة في ذلك بأفضل الممارسات العالمية، وذلك استكمالا لأعمالها في حوكمة البيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية بالتعاون مع الجهات ذات العلاقة بالقطاع العام والخاص والأكاديمي وغير الربحي، بمشاركة أكثر من 800 مختص في إعداد منهجية الحوكمة وتوزيع المسؤوليات والمهام والأدوار بين منظم القطاع ومنتجي ومستخدمي البيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية على أساس الإنتاج لمرة واحدة والاستخدام المتعدد. وترسيخا لذلك صدر خلال شهر آبريل الماضي قرار مجلس الإدارة باعتماد إطار حوكمة البيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية واعتماد النموذج الوصفي للبيانات الجيومكانية واعتماد النموذج الوطني للبيانات الجيومكانية، وكذلك بدأ أعمال الربط الإلكتروني لجميع قواعد البيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية بالمركز الجيومكاني الوطني بالهيئة. أما بخصوص المنصة الجيومكانية، تعمل الهيئة على حوكمة المنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية بما يتوافق مع تنظيم المنصات الوطنية مع هيئة الحكومة الرقمية من الجانب التنظيمي، والجانب التقني لدى الهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي، إذ تستضيف السحابة الإلكترونية الحكومية ديم جميع البيانات الجيومكانية بالمنصة. ولتطوير الخدمات الرقمية ونماذج العمل في المنصة، اتفقت الهيئة أخيراً خلال شهر مارس الماضي مع هيئة الأراضي السنغافورية SLA للاستفادة من التجربة السنغافورية الرائدة في الخدمات الإلكترونية الجيومكانية، إذ تعتبر التجربة السنغافورية أحد أفضل 10 تجارب بالعالم في هذا الخصوص. ولتوفير بيانات جيومكانية ذات جودة عالية، حرصت الهيئة على تحقيق واستيفاء المتطلبات الفنية المطلوبة لتقييم البنك الدولي من خلال إتاحة البيانات الجيومكانية لقطع الأراضي على المنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية للجميع، وذلك من خلال واجهة واحدة لخدمات قطع الأراضي. وعلى سبيل المثال للحصر، أطلق معالي وزير النقل والخدمات اللوجستية خلال شهر فبراير الماضي منصة إبحار لتسهيل دخول وتنقل وإبحار اليخوت السياحية في المملكة، وذلك من خلال الاستفادة من البيانات الجيومكانية البحرية وبيانات إدارة المناطق الساحلية المتاحة حاليا بالمنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية. ومن ذلك أيضا دعم منصة إحكام بالبيانات الجيومكانية التاريخية، والتي توضح التغييرات التي حصلت على المناطق الحضرية والريفية لغرض التحقق من طلبات تملك العقار وحل النزاعات في ذلك. كما قامت المنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية بتمكين الهيئة السعودية للبحر الأحمر جيومكانيا، وذلك عن طريق توفير بيانات جيومكانية تفاعلية لكامل مساحة المملكة على ساحل البحر الأحمر، بالإضافة إلى الأراضي المحاذية بمقدار 2000 متر من اليابسة. ومن الأمثلة الأخرى، أطلق معالي وزير الصناعة والثروة المعدنية خلال شهر آبريل الماضي المنصة الرقمية للمخاطر الجيولوجية من خلال ربط إلكتروني بالمنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية للاستفادة من البيانات الجيومكانية بالمنصة من خلال استخدام خارطة أساس تفاعلية لكامل مساحة المملكة لإضافة واستعراض الأنشطة والأحداث الجيولوجية. وبنظرة عامة، قامت الهيئة خلال عام 2023 بتوفير البيانات الجيومكانية وبناء الشراكات والتواصل مع أكثر من 65 جهة حكومية وأكثر من 45 جهة من القطاع الخاص و18 جهة أكاديمية. إضافة إلى أهمية الشراكات الوطنية، عملت الهيئة على تطوير العديد من الشراكات العالمية للمملكة للتمكين في البنية التحتية الجيومكانية الوطنية. فالهيئة اليوم تعلن نتائج أول أعمال شراكتها مع اتحاد البيانات الجيومكانية المفتوحة OGC، إذ تعتبر الهيئة عضو رئيسي في الاتحاد، حيث بدأت الهيئة مشروعها مع OGC لإعداد السياسات والمعايير الجيومكانية للمملكة خلال شهر سبتمبر الماضي، خلال ورشة عمل شارك فيها أصحاب المصلحة لتقييم الوضع الراهن وتحليل استبانات قياس مدى النضج في القطاع الجيومكاني بالمملكة. وسنقوم اليوم بمشيئة الله تعالى بعرض مسودة النتائج بشكل مفصل بمشاركة فريق من الخبراء الدوليين، إذ سيكون القسم الأول من الورشة مخصص عن السياسات الجيومكانية الوطنية، بدءا بالمبادئ الأساسية لحوكمة البيانات الجيومكانية، إضافة إلى سياسة تصنيف البيانات الجيومكانية، وسياسة ترخيص البيانات الجيومكانية، وسياسة تسعير البيانات الجيومكانية، وكذلك سياسة مشاركة البيانات الجيومكانية، وسياسة حماية البيانات الجيومكانية. أما القسم الثاني من الورشة فسيحتوي على المعايير الجيومكانية الوطنية من خلال معايير جودة البيانات الجيومكانية ومعايير إدارة وتقييم جودة البيانات الجيومكانية، وكذلك معايير مواصفات البيانات الجيومكانية ومعايير جمع وتوثيق البيانات الجيومكانية، وأخيرا معايير صيانة وتحديث البيانات الجيومكانية. وبقصد مراجعة المخرجات وتلقي المرئيات حيالها، تم رفع وثيقة السياسات والمعايير الجيومكانية الوطنية على الموقع الرسمي للهيئة حاليا بصيغة HTML وكذلك بصيغة PDF. ولإلقاء الضوء على المزيد من المعلومات حول منهجية بناء الوثيقة، أطلب من الدكتور محمد ظفر مستشار سعادة رئيس الهيئة إطلاع الحضور عن أفضل الممارسات العالمية والوطنية التي استخدمت في بناء الوثيقة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I deem it a great privilege and honor to be here, and also I come from the Wurundjeri lands of Australia. I pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and fellow geospatial brothers and sisters. This is a great opportunity to assemble here to enjoy the policy and standards, how important it is not only for the kingdom's economy, but also in our daily lives. The presentation contents is around the policy and standards objectives, how international best practices have been drawn upon on this particular work because we don't want to reinvent the wheel, but also how global geospatial standard organizations work and how do we take this into our own context within the kingdom. As we see, policy and standards are quite important as to produce and maintain a national geospatial agenda that supports national economic transformation through a spatially enabled government and societies. I recall a poem from the old English poem where it says, where a sailor gets stuck in the sea, very thirsty, and looks everywhere, and there is a lot of water, and then the sailor says, water, water everywhere, not a drop to drink. We are in the same situation where we have data everywhere, not a bite to consume in our workflows. So this is why the standards and interoperability play a very good role of how we bring this objective not only for our technical systems, but also to help make the right decisions for the government in the right time. So that's where we need to ensure sharing of geospatial content is systematic through effective and efficient management or governance. All of us as leaders of this kingdom who have assembled here, whenever a disaster management and emergency strike, we all come together and put these information. But lives could be saved. Lot of damage could be saved by having good data. But I don't know, not only here, everywhere in the world, during emergency we all come together and then we find out data interoperability is a problem. Each and every second is important to save lives. But why don't we, in normal times of disaster, utilize this information in a more harmonized way to benefit the economy, to benefit our livelihood, but also have a very secured place in this globe. So that's where the laws, guidelines, and directives are very helpful for this compilation. The standards and policy is not to restrict, it's to bring this wonderful collaboration. And I recall one of the hadith of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, where when the black stone of Kaabatullah was to be put across back in the reconstruction, it was all the tribes who were brought together by the Prophet, and he put a cloth and the stone was put across, and they asked Prophet Muhammad to put the black stone back into the Kaabatullah. So over here, we all have come across to bring our own systems and data. We join along with GEOSA to help build this standard so we will all be interoperable and be able to achieve the goals set by the leadership of this kingdom, not only benefiting kingdom, but also the whole Middle East region. So therefore, the strengthening of stakeholders' ability and effectively to inclusive focus on human resources, technology, and standard practices are important, and obviously to provide a platform to have a guaranteed quality and availability of geospatial data products is really going to help these best practices and standards to have ease of access. So when the team came across, where do we look for? And this is where a range of best practices the team had worked along from OGC and GEOSA to look at the FGDC from the US, INSPIRE, UNGGM directives, Australia and New Zealand Land Information Council, and also the latest policy from Indian government, which is looking progressively on how do we bring the private sector, how the privatization is going to help along to carry the space and geospatial. So those policy was also being considered as one of the best practices. So coming along with the OGC and ISO TC 211 and IHO, OGC as an arm brings along these standards together in a practicable way. There's no point of having published documents like those books need to be taken and read and applied, and that's where you find the benefits. So there here, Open Geospatial Consortium has brought in all the ISO, IHO considerations and make some practicable guidelines that the practitioners are able to use this information on a day-to-day workflows and decision making. And that's where our colleagues, whom I will introduce shortly, will take you through that particular process of how these guidelines have been developed and practicable for you to implement. And it's very important while we look at the international best practice is around the national context. The team has looked into the efforts, and in fact I would say a great leadership that any government has put across, having this ministry dedicated for artificial intelligence, but also SADAYA and NDMO, where they have come with the context on data management framework for Saudi Arabia. That has also been considered when the geospatial guidelines have been issued. So we leave no stone unturned, and therefore the national context with the international best practice brings those undermining building blocks that you would see around the governance, data governance framework that the respected Assistant President Asim presented a while ago, the feature concept dictionary, the geospatial metadata profile for the nation, the data model which is being developed and interoperable, the national platform, the geospatial security, and lastly, the geodesy, SANSAR, the Saudi Arabian standards for positioning, becomes a building block. So this guidance becomes practicable so that we are able to work through. This is my last slide. I want to share certain thoughts that good governance is about ensuring that those responsible for delivering outcomes will do so in the best interest of their feelings and being accountable to these outcomes. Best practice governance in the kingdom requires appropriate forums such as this and implement with the stakeholders at a political level, support to implement the policy settings, but also to see the compliance with standard guidelines necessary for a fully functioning Kingdom of Saudi Arabia spatial marketplace. I live with this thought. We are all assembled here and we take a pledge of developing a positive and enduring world with peace using geospatial information. Thank you for your attention. And now I have the pleasure to invite the team who was behind this work. Please welcome Dr. Ingo Simonis, the Chief Technology Officer of Open Geospatial Consortium, who has led this team. I invite Rob Atkinson to come on stage, please. Rob Atkinson is the Chief Architect and one of the people who has worked across on different systems and a former Australian CSIRO scientist. I also invite Joshua to the stage, Dr. Joshua, who is also another lead architect of Open Geospatial Consortium, who has put in the efforts there. And last but not the least, our star engineer, Ali, may I invite you as well. And he has been, along with the other teams, to coordinate and work through, and we will see Engineer Ali speak. Now with this, I will hand over the floor to Dr. Ingo Simonis. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be here today to show you the results of many months of work. We do have a little bit of a challenge in front of us, and this is standards and policies is a topic that we need to present today, and we want to present today and share with you because it's so important. But it's a dry topic, right? It's not cool 3D animations and flying through geospatial areas, but we will do our best. We have 4 speakers in total, and we will share a little bit the slides. And yeah, together we will try to make it as exciting as possible. Allow me a couple of words. We do have a little bit of an introduction, and then we dive into the policies before the break, and after the break we will have a look at the standards. Let's start with the overview. What is the OGC? Many of you know the OGC certainly as a standardization organization, and standards is a very important piece of the work we do. But it's not all. We are mostly a collective problem-solving community. So it's over 550 members, and together we address the geospatial challenges that are out there. This includes standards and policies, it includes infrastructure, it includes research on all aspects that are part of the processing, the collection, the handling of geospatial data. And it all follows one mission, and this mission is fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So if you can't find your data, well, you can't do anything with it. If you have found it, you need to access it, otherwise still you can't do anything with it. Once you got it, if it's not interoperable, you spend 90% of your time to prepare the data before you can do anything with it. And that's the time we usually want to save. And then the reusability aspect, the most important, you want to reuse the data others produced, and you want to make your data available to others for reuse as well. So this is OGC in a nutshell. We are almost 30 years old. As I said, it's a very broad community, over 550 members from private industry, from academia and research institutions, and from governmental and non-governmental organizations. So it's about 40% as private industry, and then the other parts, it's about 1/3 governmental organizations and 1/3 research institutions. Fair, I already talked about. These are the main pillars of OGC work. And here's what we do, right? Yes, we do the open standards. It's a very important piece of our work. But more and more, we dive into the best practices, the proof of concept, and the solutions and services and advice and consultancy work, right? Because we need to make sure the standards work in practice. And that's why we do have a large research and development program within OGC, where we continuously test and improve the standards and develop solutions for real-world situations and real-world applications. Now we come to the policies and the standards. Why the policies? Well, the policies make the infrastructure work. The geospatial ecosystem cannot exist without the policies. They are the foundation, right? And they make sure that whatever we design in terms of an infrastructure or of a geospatial ecosystem, however you want to call it, we design it to maximize reusability. Because we want to be as efficient as possible, we want to make the best decisions on the data that we need for that decision, right? So reusability is driven to a large extent by policies. And the first element of the policy aspect that we will present today is about the governance principles, right? We have many, many data custodians, and the data custodians need to have a common set of guidelines and principles so that the whole ecosystem can function efficiently. We have certainly public and we have sensible data as part of our ecosystem. So we need data classification policies to make sure that each data set can be protected to the necessary level and shared to the people that are actually allowed to see and use that data. Licensing is very important. As soon as we step one step out of the government to government environment, if we deal with government to business, government to individuals, even government to NGOs, we need to have licenses in place. For commercializing, pricing is a very important topic. And then we come to the more technical aspect, and that is data sharing. Sharing policies are really the key to reusability, right? We need to make sure that we have mechanisms in place that allow us to establish fair to establish all the elements of finding, accessing, reusing, and interoperability. And so data sharing will be an important piece of the policies as well. And last not least, we do have data in our environments that is sensitive, that needs to be protected, and so data protection principles complete the set of 6 elements, 6 categories of policies that we will present today. The next aspect, if you want to maximize the exchange of data and the use of data, you need interoperability. And interoperability is driven by standards. And here we have a set of standards that make any data infrastructure work or any ecosystem work. Lots of aspects around data quality, right? It's almost useless if you find data that you don't know if you can actually use it and apply it to the problem you have, because you're not quite sure if the data has sufficient quality for the task you need to solve. So several aspects deal with data quality evaluation, data quality management. Then we do have data specifications and data exchange specifications that allow us to establish successful communication with data. We have collection and documentation aspects, maintenance and update aspects, and for sure we have a registry with all the standards that we need, and this needs to be a registry that allows the standards to evolve. Every day we have new technology available, every day we have new standards available. And a spatial data infrastructure is a living environment, right? It continuously evolves, and we need to make sure that the infrastructure we build, and this is reflected in our policies and standards, has the mechanisms, caters for these evolving technologies and standards. The 2 other aspects, the accessibility, is something that we will not address today. This goes more into the technical details on how to do these things, how to establish production pipelines, how to ensure compliance with the standards. That is one aspect we will certainly address next time when we get together. And the same applies to the findability aspect, right? This has to do with metadata models, with discovery models, and that is certainly a topic for next time, but not today. OGC is very much an umbrella organization, right? We do have liaisons with many, many other standardization organizations. You certainly know ISO TC 211, they define standards for geographic information, and OGC has a so-called clear Class A liaison. That means we develop the ISO 19100 series together. Then we have the IHO, the International Hydrographic Organization, responsible for all the nautical charts, hydrographic surveying, and we work very closely with them, in particular for the S100 series at the moment, to bring it into practice. And then we do have all these other standardization organizations that provide technical details that we are sometimes not even aware of, or we take them for granted, but they produce very important pieces that then allow us to form an environment that caters for efficient data exchange and use. There are many aspects of interoperability, and these different aspects require different elements to be in place on the policy level, right? We have technical interoperability. That's usually achieved first because it's the easiest to achieve. 2 parties agree on an interface and on an exchange model, and then they can go along with technical interoperability. But in order to be efficient, in order to find the data you need for your specific task, we need to go further up the ladder, right? We need semantic interoperability, and that to a large extent, and you will see this in a couple of minutes, is linked to the use of identifiers. Identifiers are really the core of the future system as we envision it. And then we have aspects like organizational interoperability, legal interoperability, right? And here on the other side, you see what we need for the technical. Well, it's interfaces and schemas. But then we have more elements here, relationships between objects, relationships between schemas, we have vocabularies, then we have all these costs and transactions aspects, and then licenses on contracts that make the legal interoperability work. We can map this to any level of complexity. Right here is a mapping between the 4 elements of FAIR to an interoperability framework that splits between legal, organizational, semantic, and technical interoperability. And you see that the various aspects are handled on different levels, most of it in the semantic interoperability space. And semantic interoperability is one thing that has not been achieved by any of the existing space data infrastructures. There is no national or even international, like Inspire, geospatial data infrastructure that has achieved semantic interoperability. And that's where we would like to bring Saudi Arabia to, right? This is our goal. We want to establish the most complex, but the most efficient and powerful interoperability, and that is the semantic interoperability. And today, we will lay out the foundation in terms of policies and standards, and over the next couple of months, we will develop the technical elements, the semantic elements that help us to build this powerful infrastructure. And here we have the long-term goal, right? The long-term goal is the Saudi Arabian national geospatial ecosystem, and that consists of so much more than just technical specifications or data or stakeholders. It includes all the elements of modern exchange environments, and includes things like curricula at universities. It includes things like an active startup scene in the country, right? There are many, many, many aspects. And the journey has just started with the standards and policies. So it's a great opportunity to present these today, and this is where we will move towards. Last slide for me, and that's an important piece, right? These standards, they always evolve. Sometimes we have legacy to work with, right? Some elements already in place. And then we do have all these in progress and in development aspects. New technology evolves, new standards are created, and we need to make sure that the whole system that we have in place caters for this continuous evolvement and is flexible and open enough to allow new things to be integrated. At the same time, it provides sufficient standardization and guidance to make sure we have an efficient ecosystem. That's the introduction, and now I will hand over to my colleague Rob Atkinson. Rob will introduce the first ideas on the policy aspects. Thank you very much.
Greetings. I'm now going to go into a bit more of the hairy technical details that hopefully will provide that foundation that allows the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to not only adopt best practices, but learn from the lessons of the past and improve on them in fairly obvious ways. But those ways are fairly obvious, but they fundamentally need to be supported by the standards and policies. And the early understanding and adoption of those is the huge opportunity here. So this is at one level a fairly technical discussion, but it's a way of looking at the policies. Do the policies that are being presented and you're invited to comment on support this evolution? So we've had this view of the real world, and we've had this concept of features, things in the real world that we've used for many, many years. This is 25, 30 years old. It's been working for it well. It underpins all those data models and spatial data infrastructures you've seen. And it's been standardized inside ISO 19109 with a lot of input from OGC and testing this. And it all works quite well. And we can go down to not just the models, but also how the individual pieces of data, the feature instances link to that. That's all pretty boring and hard to read. So I'm going to try to unpack that a little bit so we can understand what the implications are. So if we take a real-world feature, a thing out there, we can say there's a highway, and it has an identifier, highway number 40 in this case, and we all can say, okay, right, that's obviously important to us. But we might need to look at it in a few different perspectives. The person constructing that highway has a whole bunch of information and viewpoints on the structure of that highway, which they need to concern themselves with. Whereas if you're from the critical infrastructure protection perspective, it's part of many pieces of infrastructure, and you need a particular view of it in terms of its role in supporting transportation and connectivity and logistics and so forth. If you're from an emergency management perspective, you have another set of issues about the highway, which actually includes things like how it changes over time. Whether there's a flood or some other impediment. And of course, if you're doing urban planning or you're doing traffic management, you see it as part of a bigger system. All these viewpoints are all valid, all at once, but they tend to be managed by different organisations in different systems. And the difficulty which has faced spatial data infrastructures and efficient geospatial data integration for many, many years is the fact that we have to have all these systems. They're all important, they're all good, but without an underpinning set of policies about how they relate to each other, people have done their own things, and then we end up with an enormous amount of effort to integrate this data at a later date. So each of these viewpoints will have a whole series of attributes. Coming back to that model, is these features. Feature type has attributes and loads of details, and every single one of those viewpoints will have a different set of attributes that it cares about. And that's good and proper. And so you're thinking, okay, we have these foundation themes. How do those relate to the fact that we've actually not got one theme view of this theme? We've got many. Well, this is where it sort of starts to become important that we think about how these pieces interact and the policies and frameworks that allow us to interact. And the way the best practices and the experience has taught us is that we need to think about the information models at 3 different levels of detail. One is this concept of shared conceptual models, which is, are we talking about the same thing or not? This has actually proven to be very, very difficult. Logical models are what we've seen. Here's a set of attributes that this thing has. This is the thing we have, and we don't care whether it's implemented in Esri or in a spreadsheet or whatever. The logical model tells us what the attributes are. And then the physical models are, okay, how do we turn that into an XML data package or a geo package or a JSON package or any one of 50 different ways we can move things around with today's technologies. But those 3 types of models all do their job, and they have to coexist. And we therefore end up with this struggle, where do we start? And what normally happens is we start by saying, there is no standards, there's no policies for how these models relate, and we end up with a whole bunch of different bits of data, and this massive ETL, which is extract, transform, load. This is where the estimates are that 80% of GIS effort goes. This is where your staff who use technologies to do this job spend many, many years learning how to deal with each of these data sets and their idiosyncrasies, and to develop the data into the form you need, your own data warehouse to solve your problems. But all the effort is going into ETL, and it's fragile. The data changes, a new data set comes along, the person who knows how to run that software leaves. You haven't done it for many years, you try to make it run again. I'm the technical guy who ends up seeing these problems. So we care a bit about the fact that this standard practice, I don't want to call it best practice because it's not good enough, but that's where most of the effort is going now. So we want to do better than that. And the way we can do that is by this focusing on these data products. And you'll see that in the standards and policies there's a lot of discussion about the different aspects of data products and the standards and policies that apply to those different aspects. And we can break down those aspects into a finer, a more granular level, and we can look at the dimensions of the problem. So in this case we may look at the attributes and which attributes are supporting protection, which attributes relate to different types of licensing. And we'll talk about that in a second. But basically not all data about this object has to have the same classification. Not all data about the object needs to have the same license. So we can break it down into smaller pieces which are simpler than the big complicated problem and these big complicated ETL jobs. And there's many, many dimensions. We can look at the temporal dimensions. When is it valid? How often do you sample? All those sort of things. We can talk about the spatial resolution, and we can have different licenses according to different resolutions, different levels of sensitivity according to how finely resolved the data is or how recent it is. So we've now got a situation where instead of a big specification with a complicated ETL process, we now have a whole series of individual aspects that we can understand and have policies that relate to those aspects. And so this is the relationship between the policies and standards and the large suite of foundation themes, but also the many other supporting models you'll need to use those. So the fundamentals here is that we understand that this concept of geography is what we're trying to explore. These places, regions, spaces, things like highways, these features are a key thing. And when we're talking about remote sensing, often what we're trying to do is we're looking at signals which allow us to look at features, and it could be the carbon capture potential of mangroves across a large area. So they're all things that have some meaning to us in terms of some business problem. But geography is very, very complicated. If I came and spoke to somebody else and said, I'm trying to describe this thing, okay, it's hard. But if I can give them a piece of data which is a representation of that thing, they can say, okay, I can see what the boundaries are, I can see what attributes it has. Okay, so the representations of these things are what we actually have to implement, because the geography is hard to describe in the abstract. And the data products are the ways we group these things together, and the policies are obviously the way which we manage that process and enable us to share the information and tell people what those representations are supposed to mean. But this is the critical thing which we really wanted to highlight, and the policies will enable, which is that because we have different views of the same features, we may have different data products, and those different data products may have different classifications of sensitivity, they may have different licenses, but they can all basically be integrated into a whole depending on your application. But only if we can do that efficiently. And the ETL process is not efficient. So we can support the standardization of the descriptions, and this is where it's important that we have policies to describe not necessarily the standardization of the data, but the way we describe the data. So we can describe the governance, we can describe the classification, the licensing, pricing. 30 years ago, there wasn't much data exchange. Everybody's license was a hand-built, a lawyer basically created a license, and every time you needed to use data, your lawyer had to look at that license and interpret it and talk to and negotiate over many, many difficult conversations exactly what you're allowed to do with it. It became very complicated. As we'll see later, we've now started to create interoperability in licensing. We started, okay, these are well-known licenses, we understand how they are. The cost of doing that business to use that data is reduced. The same thing, pricing policies, sharing policies, protection policies, they all reduce the cost of transaction. They make it easier for you to talk to your fellow data producers and consumers to effectively do things. So these policies are not, as was mentioned earlier, they're not about constraining you, they're about enabling you to share and get on to doing the useful, interesting things with this data that you like. But the key underpinning to do that integration is this concept of identifiers, as Ingo mentioned. And that's the place where the GEOSA can support the evolution of the kingdom's spatial infrastructure in a much more efficient way, learning from the lessons of the past. And implementation of an identity framework basically means that we have to have persistent, consistent and unique identifiers, which requires us to have policies and governance in place. And the identifiers we particularly care about is each individual feature. We need to know that we're talking about the same road. We need to identify which data set that road is in. We need to be able to have an identifier for that data set, not just a vague title that you hope you can find, which particular version, all those sort of things. You need to be explicit. And the data product allows us to say, okay, this is the particular version of that, so you can uniquely find that data when you are looking for it. So if we have data identifiers for those things, then we can connect the data up far more reliably. So instead of the ETL process being a matter of trying to say, is that the same as that, we simply go and we can look at the way those data sets are described and identify where those identifiers are. It's a bit awkward. If we can see where the identifiers are in the data set and we know how those identifiers behave, then it's fairly easy to make to join that data up and achieve our goals. And that's the point at which we now need to look at some of those specific policies and enablers. So the answer is, or the point I wanted to make was that there are some very, very practical outcomes of a good set of policies that will really allow us to do a much, much more efficient approach to a spatial data infrastructure, not from the perspective of the data producer. It's very easy to put data out there, but to put it out there in a way which as consumers, you can bring it and connect it together unambiguously. And that's the start of the semantic interoperability, that confidence that we know what the data means and that we can connect it up efficiently. So I'm going to pass it over to Josh now to talk about the details of some of these policies.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Josh Lieberman from the Open Geospatial Consortium, and we're going to now dive into some weeds in policies, but I also want to step back a second and always ask the question, why do we need policies? Because, of course, it's a lot easier not to have to form them, manage them, adhere to them, audit them. It would be much easier not to have policies, except they're important. And why are they important? One of the main reasons that we're here today talking about policies and standards is because of a modern conception of infrastructure that we're working towards. So we have this traditional concept, I think, of infrastructure. Let's take the analogy of trains, it's the rails, or the analogy of a water utility, it's a pipe. And that stands alone, it's underneath, it's hidden, other things depend on it, but we don't worry about it. We just worry about the manifestations of capabilities that we're grateful that the infrastructure is there for. But what we've realized, in many cases to our disadvantage, is that that's not really what infrastructure is. It's not some hidden piece that we can forget about. It's a capability which is reusable, but that capability is composed of many elements. There is that piece of infrastructure, there's the compatibility to the capabilities that make use of it. There are the systems, the peoples, the organizations whose interactions are essential so that that infrastructure can continue to be, and it is useful to be, reused. And when you have those interactions, then that's when the policies and standards become absolutely critical. You can go and make an agreement on how to work together, how to interoperate between any of these peoples, organizations, and systems every time you need to interact. or you can realize that that's an absurd situation, and we need a set of agreements on how we interact in order to do that with efficiency and to have a capability which really is there for others to build on top of. And so that's why we turn to the policies which, above all, govern and guide and make efficient and repeatable the interactions between these entities that make infrastructure, whether it's physical infrastructure or the digital infrastructure which represents it, enables us to work with it in a manner which is repeatable and is the best practice of having that action. So I'm going to cover a couple of the elements of these 6 areas here, and I'll turn to my esteemed partner at GeoSA, Ali, to cover some of the rest. But let's start with the next one here. Let's see. There we go. We did that already. So let's start with governance, because that's the piece that puts all of these interactions into a proper context where one can understand one's authorities, responsibilities, activities, and interactions with other entities. Eventually this is going to go, yeah, okay. So going over these governance principles, we'll look at the applicability. Who do these governance policies and principles apply to? Who is in charge and where? You know, it's very simple just to say there's one entity, decides everything, does everything, regulates everything, and we do have the benefit of a central national regulator, GeoSA, to be the supervisor and the coordinator of the foundation themes that the infrastructure that we base all the rest of the geospatial capabilities of the nation under. But that's not enough. Nothing will get done if there's only one entity. So the idea is to coordinate the activities, the roles and responsibilities of these other essential entities. And those include the accountable entity for a foundation theme, the custodian, and then for each data set, and within each data set, each of the data products that contribute to and build on the foundation themes, there is a data producer. So this group of entities are enabled by policies and particularly by governance to work together. There we go. So some of the benefits of this are that, as Rob and Ingo were showing, there is a single source of truth, that instead of 5 different data sets about the railroads for different purposes, that there is a single set of representations of the roads or the tracks that everyone else then builds upon, and contains that built-in then consistency of a single source of that information. The data custodians are responsible for following the governments of GeoSA, but then directly concerning themselves with the quality of data, the interfaces through which those data products are available, and responsible for interacting with the national regulator in terms of quality and feedback of that data to make those data products as effective and usable as possible. So another part of the governance is settling the question of ownership of the data. So the data is owned by the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and GeoSA coordinates, issues licenses, monitors compliance with data sharing and related policies. So the policies are carried out by the appropriate entity, monitoring with the compliance to those policies being monitored by GeoSA. And then international sharing of data sets and commercial products also have that oversight. An important aspect of this is that the national geospatial data themes are the basis for interactions between governmental entities, but also between governmental and commercial entities and between commercial entities. It's a critical asset, a critical bit of the infrastructure to support commercial and not just governmental activity. And so the aspects of that are also governed by GeoSA, but delegated as appropriate to each of the entities responsible for those themes. So let's step through these in turn. These are 7 of the aspects of the governance principles: supervision, the accountability, the single source, ownership, and so on. As we discussed, the foundation themes fall under the supervision and coordination that are then made available for data products based on those that contain the accessibility. Okay. The single accounted entity, known as the custodian for each data product, and a data producer for each of those. The principle behind this hierarchy of responsibilities is that the data are collected once and then reused and built upon as often as possible to save money, avoid duplication and confusion, and assure consistency. The authority to be able to control and impose these policies and to achieve these efficiencies is the ownership by the government, KSA. And the coordination that then can be applied to that data and the investments, the public sector data producers and commercial entities in terms of licensing. Then the aspect of this that then is available to commercial entities is that regularized and well-formed ecosystem in which commercial entities can take part. The GeoSA is the responsible agency for the sharing of the national geospatial data products, and we'll discuss that a bit coming up, with the commercial entities or the international geospatial platforms. The commercial products are also subject to that regulation, and an important part of that is so that commercial products can also comply with these policies and achieve similar efficiencies, single source of truth, and the consistency between one product to another based on the national themes. The private sector have access, for example, to view open geospatial data on the National Geospatial Platform, and then there'll be a regularized, rational system of pricing, licensing, and coordination to make this possible. The responsibility for the correctness of geospatial data products rests with each of its producers, and they're also responsible for adjudicating, resolving claims resulting from errors in that geospatial data. So the meaning of accountability is if you're accountable for the data, you're accountable for the data. And the management of complaints and resolving complaints goes through GeoSA for consistency as well. And then finally, going back around, the policies and standards that we're discussing are also managed, developed, managed, and disseminated by GeoSA, the National Geospatial Center. Okay, so we'll talk about one other area of policies, and this is an interesting subject because it represents a balance between what are competing concerns. So data is valuable when it's used, and particularly when it's used to help entities work together on the basis of a common representation and a common understanding. So that data is most usable when it is open, when it is free, when it can be shared by, between, and utilized and built upon by as many entities as possible. So that would be a wonderful utopian situation. But we know that's not the case with many data sets, and particularly with the foundation data themes, some of the information about the features in those themes represent the possibility of negative impacts. So we talk about protecting and restricting data, particularly in terms of classification. The classification system is looking at a balance between that usability, that accessibility of the data, and possible negative impacts that can take place. So the proposed policy for classification of data deals with 4 different levels. The public level, which is there's no or a beneficial effect to disclosing that information. Restricted, saying there's unauthorized access or disclosure has limited negative impacts, but they do need to be taken into consideration. And then confidential or highly confidential represent increasing levels of the seriousness and the irreparability of damage from disclosure of that information. So the need to balance that access to the information with harms which could come from the disclosure of those. Okay, turn this right way up. So the classification level of highly confidential supposes that there is the possibility of exceptional, irreparable negative impacts to national interests, the performance of public agencies, the health and safety of individuals, or environmental or natural resources. Slightly less of a hazard, the serious negative impact, financial loss, harm or injury to the life of a group of individuals, but less of an irreparable possibility of damage because of disclosure. Restricted, there can be limited negative impacts, important enough to balance against the value of accessibility, but one for which there are not critical or irreparable damage, limited damage to the assets of any party or financial competitive positions, the work of public agencies, or environmental or natural resources. And then finally, the public information is either no impact, or we'll say because of the inherent benefit of openly shared data, that the disclosure of this information in most cases has a beneficial effect to the national interests, to the activities of the entities, the interests of individuals, and environmental resources. So it's important here that we keep in mind that the classification, the application of classification levels, and the development of policies and enforcement based on those levels represents a continual balancing between possible harms and what are certain to be benefits from, on the other hand, having data that's openly available. So the default is public. It's a balancing process. It's applied as early as possible at generation time, at receiving time. It applies to the specific elements of a data set. So it's important, in order not to overclassify, to be quite clear about what elements of the data could possibly lead to harm and which do not. So the existence of a facility, for example, may not be the harm. The particular entity describing its role or its purpose or who operates that facility may, on the other hand, represent a possibility for harm. So we always need to apply to the highest level of classification a particular data product which includes those entities. However, it's important to achieve that balance not to apply that classification to data products which do not include those sensitive elements. So in general, there is a delegation of the authority to apply the classification levels. So very confidential and public are applied by GeoSA. Confidential and restricted levels are applied by data producers. So how does that work? Which comes first, the cart or the horse? So generally, the data producers, the data custodians, as the experts in those data, are in the position to produce, but also to label with classification levels particular data products and entities. That is then approved and possibly updated by GeoSA if very confidential or public are the appropriate classification levels in practice. And again, we're showing you this cube of applying particular policies to the particular combinations of license types, so usage of data, groups who are using it, the protection levels that are required, and the particular attribute details to which those characteristics apply, so that we don't have to apply the strictest restrictions, the highest licensing levels and costs in all circumstances. So we can achieve this balance on this product level and still make data themes themselves as accessible and therefore as valuable as possible. So these are some of the examples of data feature types that form part of foundation themes for which there can be separate considerations and balance of accessibility versus sensitivity. So that's my part on two of the areas of policy, and I'd like now to turn to my colleague at GeoSA, Ali, to continue.
السلام عليكم أصحاب المعالي والسعادة. سأسمحكم باستكمال الحديث باللغة الإنجليزية من أجل تسلسل العرض. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, my colleagues, for breaking down and setting up the base for an operational and a common, a very straightforward policies to govern the use of geospatial data in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So Rob broke down and made the base for breaking down and taking the details into the governance. Josh kindly explained the governance and data classification, and we should know the importance of setting up principles that will guide the use of geospatial data in the kingdom. Then after that, it's really important to understand the different classification of which can be applied to geospatial data, and this has an impact on the latest policies, as I will explain shortly about the data licensing policy. Then it will follow it for the data pricing policy. Then we'll end up with the sharing policy, and finally we will take in details into the protection technical policies that can be applied to data either from the data producers or even at the highest level. So data policy, simply it's a means of defining how to communicate the authority of using this kind of spatial data. Spatial data can be licensed to be free, anyone can use them, or spatial data can be restricted to a certain level of restrictions to guide the use of geospatial data. It can be open for saving the producer rights, or can be open to be shared and to be reproduced to any level. So allow me to identify that only the license gives the users the legal certainty about using this kind of spatial data. Looking at best practices from over the world, there is a very well-known methodology and a model that uses the Creative Commons to identify the licenses for geospatial data and geospatial application. It can be applied to geospatial data. It can be also similar to identifying what kind of data should be used and what should the license be as a limitation to it, either to invest or use it freely, or even take in consideration the public rights. So in general, the Creative Commons do have certain blocks. The blocks are generally explaining how to access the data. We start with open access. Anyone can access the data. Anyone can use geospatial data without any references, which is the open geospatial data. It's available for everyone. Then if we can go to the all right reserve, the other extreme of having classifying or licensing the data to be to have the rights of the producer itself. Then we can have a BY attribution. It can also reserve the right of the producer, but it allows for the free of sharing. It allows the free of exchange, the geospatial data or product, but making sure that producers are kept their right. Non-commercial can always allow others to copy and reproduce geospatial data. And also the Sharing Alliance, SA, it allows that geospatial producers to have a remix of certain building blocks of having this kind of license. It will lead them to a better understanding of how to use geospatial data. Finally, no derivative work, so this will close the license, so it's prohibited to reproduce or use geospatial data to produce other applications. And as I explained before, we have different levels, so going from all right reserve, closed license, to the more flexible and open approach where you can use geospatial data in many applications. As you know, the CC Commons building blocks have their website, and it's open. It's one of the open source models that can also apply to geospatial data and any relative attributions. So the required licenses decided by the foundation team in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As you previously know from previous events, we have shared and explained the foundation teams of the Kingdom. We have 15 foundation teams built on using best practices, either from UNGGIM or even from other standards organizations, as explained before from the speakers. And we took in consideration that geospatial data is an enabler to use by many people. So the value of it, as my colleague mentioned, is usability. If geospatial data is used, it means geospatial data is accessible. So we need to make it as free as possible, as open as possible, but taking into consideration the sensitivity and the impact of geospatial data. So as I mentioned, we need to have the applied classification, so it will connect directly with the license. So when we have highly classified classification, we will take in consideration the all right reserved and blocking the use of geospatial data, and making sure that the classification has not been overruled by any kind of licenses. On the other end, on the other extreme, we know that commercial use can be open. We can take in consideration the public and some of the restricted classification, and enable the establishment of the preferred licenses. I have explained that. So going into some of the examples that we have in our foundation, in our infrastructure foundation teams. So as you know, we have 15 foundation teams that represents different areas of geospatial data, either if it's a water theme or hydrology, imagery, if it's a space images, or even terrestrial images, or even land parcels. And this kind of data sets really close to us, close to our day-to-day activities, and going on to the full list of geospatial data. We have buildings, we have transport, we have many areas that covers mostly the basic infrastructure elements. So as you see on your right, we do have two kind of licensing, two kind of access. The first license is having a view license, where we identify the data set, the themes that are licensed for viewing. So we make it available for the public, but with right reserved, and we make sure that producers are kept their right. But when it comes to the minimum licensing for data access, for using data for either when it comes to analysis work, or even to use them in reproduce or produce some of the connected and related application, we make sure that restriction is applied where possible, so it will be saved from using it publicly. Also, when we thought about having a commercial impact, as explained by our colleagues, the private sector is an enabler for the government work, it's an enabler for some of the goals, and also we need to identify the licensing in the context of pricing, and we make sure that the right license will be applied with the correct model for pricing. And it's really important to have this idea of licensing can be free and also can be priced and can be taken in consideration as an outcome. Guides to the right licensing. We have some examples available in the document, and if you could please come back to us with any input that may arise reviewing the document. We have some examples that shows the user how to understand and apply the geospatial licensing process. As example, should a user cite the data creator? Of course, as we mentioned, no data have no producer. Any data should have a certain producer, so the producer should be included in the attribution of the and metadata of the geospatial data, and we will come lately in the second session about the standards. Another concept example about the products, that national policy and standard documents provides lots of examples, and if we can go and explain a little bit, the level arises from totally open license to a very strict and a very unflexible licensing, which can save the geospatial data. And it all depends on the usage of data. It all depends on the purpose of the geospatial data have been created and used to be in the right form. Thank you for understanding and sharing your time, your valuable time with me about the data licensing. Allow me to jump directly to the data pricing models, data pricing policies. In GeoSA, we took in consideration national context, national efforts that have been made available for government organization and other relative organizations, that we should always consider maximum reuse of geospatial data, and also take in consideration the cost recovery models that should allow producers of geospatial data to have this longevity, to have the production of geospatial data, so they can have their cost recovery models. So the models that we think that it will apply to geospatial data are two main geospatial data pricing models. The cost recovery model should set the price of a product or a service as the cost of geospatial data. So we will not take in consideration any added value, any development value. On the other hand, you can see the second version or the second pricing model is the cost recovery plus the return of investment on it. That means that any kind of development, any application developed using this kind of geospatial data, using a certain services, it should have a return of investment. So this is mainly the two models that we think it can be, and it's a sensible approach to apply on geospatial data. Breaking down, I know we have lots of academic people here, we have lots of engineers, so we should always consider applicability. So when we apply these kind of models, we need to clarify the different aspects of the formula used to come up with a price. So the price basically equals to the data collection cost. And if we stop here, this is the first model. If we continue on to apply the second model, we should have a development cost and taking in consideration the right licensing and classification to have the publication cost, then the profit at the end. So every single element of this formula is defined for you to review and to impact later on. Two main relationships we have in the kingdom. We have government to government organizations, then we have government to business, including the non-profitable organization, the NDMO, and also we include individuals. Those individuals will also be a part of our pricing model. So we will not put extra work, extra pressure on using geospatial data even if they have a certain added value. So in conclusion, open geospatial data should be free when it comes to the government-government relationships, but when it comes to having an added value, an application, a driven application from geospatial data, we should have cost recovery model number one, where we only calculate the cost of coming up and producing this kind of data set. But when it comes to the G2B, here we will have a more complicated and a more profitable relationship. So G2B, we will make sure that open geospatial data is still open. We will not take, much of your money. But when it comes to licensed geospatial data with a specific license to include the rights of the data producers, we will make sure that cost recovery is applied. And when it comes to the geospatial driven product, we will make it available if it's based on the geospatial open data. But when it is based on geospatial licensed and classified data, we will make sure to apply the return of investment model and to make sure that all of the investment and added value included in calculating the pricing model. So this is mainly how we will apply the pricing model on geospatial data, but taking it in the context of foundation teams. So as I explained before, still using the relationships G2G and G2B, including the individuals, we can see that pricing between government organizations for geospatial data is free. This is coming from a royal decree that making sure all organizations in the government should exchange data. But when it comes to the business part, we will make sure that we have at least the recovery part for geospatial data. We will use the recovery model. So this is for the pricing. Just finishing up with geospatial data sharing, we will make a very big highlight, and we will spot the light on the geospatial platform. I know our colleagues from government organizations and private sector companies and academia have been using the National Geospatial Platform. This platform is a national effort that collects geospatial data and process them and make them available as standardized as possible. So as a national effort, we make sure that the set of specific web services are available and making them accessible to users. We also making sure that registered resources, even when it comes to the data or users or even companies, they should have an access to it, a license access to it. Then finally, we allow the exploitation of geospatial data of the kingdom in the context of the best practices, where if geospatial data is available, we make it available to the users. And also, as I explained before, this is a national effort. It's not only GeoSA publishing their data, it's GeoSA leading the way of receiving geospatial data from many geospatial producers, from government organizations, and also from private sector and make them available to the end user, either when they are the same companies or the same organization or even in the academia sector. So data custodians will have a similar role when they coordinate with their data producers according to the Geospatial Foundation themes and according to the governance principles. So the conditions that should make it make the use of the definite resources and also comply with the standards of that is applied by the geospatial platform, and also finally register the certainty about geospatial data, because when the data is known, the data producer is well known, they have a more certainty. It will elevate the value of geospatial data. As a data producer, or from the organizational's perspectives, every organization should develop their own data sharing policies in the context of the overall sharing policy that you see in front of you, and also have an appointment of data officers that needs a necessary credentials to access geospatial data using the geospatial platform. And as a data custodians, no licensing, no service. So every service should have a license according to the licensing policy, and also it should have a certain level of agreements that make sure all organizations are following and obeying to the level of the agreements. Different communication channels are available, so we need to make sure that any classified geospatial data with a highly classified classification should always be in the government secure network. So this is only for the extreme classification. When it comes to the more relaxed classification, restrictions or public geospatial data, we will always make sure that it is shared using the best practice methods, using also web services, and using the available tools. From the data aspects, addresses privacy concerns, and also it publishes openly, but consider, as I mentioned before, the certain classification that should make available and make it discoverable for geospatial users. Finally, the general data sharing aspects or principles, it should enable the access to the web services. It prefers state-of-the-art APIs, and also it enforces the necessary of applying data protection, and my colleague Ingo will explain that in a bit. Then finally, it should have a standardization, a dynamic process to share geospatial data safely, and also to exchange it in the best practice context. Now I will give the lead to Dr. Ingo to talk more about the types of services offered by the National Geospatial Platform, and we're almost there. Thank you for your time, and looking forward to see you.
Thank you very much, Shadi. Are you still with us? Yeah, I think so. Very good. So, so far we have really separated the policies from the standards. But stepwise now we need to link things, right? We tried even to isolate the policies as much as possible, but you've seen some are linked, right? The pricing models and the sensitivity and the licenses, I mean, for sure, they cannot be 100% separated. And it's the same situation now with the standards. So we do have a wide set of web service types or protocol standards that we recommend right now. But it's a snapshot in time, right? This is what we recommend today. And in 5 years' time, we certainly need to review this list, right? Or maybe even in 2 years' time, we need to review this list to make sure we always bring the latest technology into play. But because, as Rob has introduced, we have built the spatial data infrastructure on the very, very powerful conceptual baseline, we can add new standards to access the data or to provide the data without necessarily changing the data product in itself, right? You still deliver a specific data product to your customers, but you may do it more efficiently because new technology has hit the market. In terms of service types, we have first for sure the discovery services. You need to find the data, and here we have quite a number of protocols coming from OGC and the W3C. Next aspect is the view service. So basically, in most cases, viewing a map that gives you a first representation of the data. It might be a two-dimensional, it might be even three-dimensional, it might be four-dimensional that allows you to scroll through time. And there are quite a number of standards for the various different specific needs you may have, right? So general mapping APIs, more specific tiling APIs that allows you to cut the whole data set into little pieces that you can cache efficiently. We have traditional web services, we have styling mechanisms to visualize the data in different representations. And you can even exchange styles. You may switch from a night style to a day style, and so on. Download services, so that's the access to the data, and that is a very, very long list, right? Because for sure we have vector data, we have raster data, we have images, we have data that compacts nicely, we have data that is in multiple dimensions, has lots of different attributes, in a full dimensional setting that needs special containers. We have the cloud now with the cloud optimized GeoTIFF, for example, very efficient mechanisms that make use of the native capabilities of the cloud, right? So instead of accessing and reading a whole data file that sits somewhere on a server, you access a very specific tiny little limited bit of the file that now resides in the cloud. And this technology wasn't available 10, 15 years ago when we didn't have the cloud, right? But now it is there, and elements like cloud optimized GeoTIFF or the SAR containers really allow to leverage the capabilities the cloud gives and offers to us in a very, very efficient manner. Other services are a little bit more, well, some of them are 20 years old, right, like OGC Web Feature Service, but it's still a powerful service if you need a super rich query interface. If you are not quite sure about your customers, you may want to offer the whole data set you have and let them select and subset the data based on a query that your customers create using your powerful query language. On the other side, the latest developments go towards customer optimization, right? You understand much better, or you have a much better understanding of your customers' needs, so you provide those pre-packaged data in the form of web API endpoints so that your customer does not create very complex queries but can access exactly what they need. Analysis service, right? Lots of analysis is these days shifted into the cloud, into the processing environments. It is still the classical use case in many situations that you download the data and you run the analytics locally on your local machine. But with the AI intelligence coming more and more into play with the very demanding systems, or with processes that actually trigger a very complex workflow with many, many processing steps, maybe processing steps that are even distributed among different providers, right? You do have maybe 3 different organizations providing processing steps in that workflow. So this can't be done on a machine locally, right? Or you don't want to do it in a machine locally because you would need to trigger one process after the other. You would need to make sure that the second process gets the result from the first one. You don't want to do this manually, right? You want to have a service endpoint somewhere online that you can say, please execute this pipeline for me and just deliver the results that I need. So there are specialized services for these tasks. Editing services, whenever we get into the transactional space, right? Accessing the data from someone else and then using it is one scheme. But in some situations, you may want to update the data as it sits in the native data store. You want to use the transactional features, and there are dedicated service endpoints or service types for these functionalities. Printing services, so prints are still very important, right? If it's maps, if it's statistics, if it's other representations of results, printing services still play an important role. We have feedback services. It's not only about quality, it's even about usability or experiences, right? We all know how likely it is to read reviews from others about specific products we find on the web. It's the exact same situation here, right? You may want to share your experience that you made with a specific data set with others. Access services then require some security settings. At the moment, this is SAML OAuth in version 2. Which are state-of-the-art, but the security mechanisms change over time, right? We all know that we used username and password in the past, then the second factor came into play, so now we try to log in, we take our cell phones and do the second factor authorization aspect. And we're now shifting into the password era, right, with passkeys and other technologies. At least the web community tries to bring us to a level where we don't need to remember logins and passwords. And for sure, all these elements have consequences on the security layer that we need to implement. I have worked once in a German setup, in a German organization, by being part of the German SDI, that they have exactly one cell phone in the whole unit that can be used for the second factor authorization. So what happens, everyone logs in, username, password, the second factor is requested, then you start running because you have 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes, then it expires. So you start running around the corridors, try to find the single cell phone, and then you try to be back in time to log in into your service. So this is hopefully what we will not experience here. Payment services, we are getting into the commercial space, right? I mean, foundational data is one thing, but all the product that we can derive from it by merging it, by doing analysis are very important. So we need to have standardized payment services so that you don't need to have one payment mechanism with one product and the second product already requires a complete different mechanism. Reporting services then complete the picture, right? So we do have overall different standards for all these different functionalities, and we will develop more precise and detailed guidelines for the use of all these aspects, but this is not really part of this demonstration today, right? This is more to emphasize the different types we have. We will list them then all in the standards registry, and over time we will develop best practices, guidelines, which one to choose if there are many available options, what are the recommended best practices. If we then look at the overall online constellation, right, we do have the National Geospatial Platform with all the documentation. We have the commercial aspect with the web store where we can sell data or processing functionalities or services. We have the National Geoportal for the actual access and view of the data. We have the metadata portal for the discovery, and for sure there are metadata editing elements so that we can optimize the descriptions and the linkages between data sets so that once you found one thing, you might be directly informed by the system what other elements might be of interest to you. For sure, we don't have only services or web endpoints. We do have data containers. We do have specific image standards like PNG, for example. We have multidimensional containers like SAR. So for every situation, however you want to deliver and encode your data, there is specific standards available. And again, we need to develop best practices and guidelines, which one to choose from. That brings us to the last aspect, and that is data protection. Data protection, we have seen that we do have classification schemes, we have different sensitivities for data, so we need to have data protection in place. And again, there's quite a long list of policy elements or policy principles that we need to address here. But for the sake of time, we will just rather quickly go over them so that we can complete, and before the break we still have a couple of minutes for you to ask some questions or provide some comments. So what do we have to deal with here, right? We do have first the responsibility, so someone needs to be responsible for all the elements we have. You want to be transparent in what procedures and policies have been used so that you can declare all the elements that you have for the data and the specific purpose you have created the data for. Limitations, right? What's not available or has not been collected cannot be shared, right? So we need to understand what collections do we have, what collections do we need. Retention is an important aspect here, so it applies to use, retention, and disposal of geospatial data. We have the access rules, which are important, the security mechanism themselves, and the storage, right? The storage that always should take place physically within the country and not somewhere in a cloud outside of the country. That has lots of legal implications otherwise. If we now talk about data protection, right, there is a very, very long list. And when we give presentations about data protection and security, that can easily take an hour and a half because we have all these aspects to cover, right? User authentication and access control, data integrity and authenticity, access non-repudiation, right? If you have accessed it, someone needs to prove that it was you. Confidentiality, proprietary, sensitivity. There are quite a number of aspects, right? And the current set of standards and policies addresses all of them, but maybe not in all possible constellations. And again, we will develop best practices on how to do this efficiently. One very important aspect that we need to keep in mind is that data sits more and more in an environment that we are not directly aware of all the details, right? You have data stored somewhere in a cloud, maybe even in an in-house server farm, but you don't know exactly who has access to the various bits and pieces that reside in this cloud storage or in this server farm. So the data needs to be protected at any time nevertheless. This is a conceptual paradigm shift, right, from protecting mostly the infrastructure, the services, the network. We are now moving towards the data. And if the data is encrypted at all the times and you have a sophisticated key management system, then you can make sure that even if someone gets into the cloud without you noticing it, and the data is available to that intruder, the data is still protected, right? You can't read the data. We have in the OGC experimented over the last 3 years with all sorts of data-centric security architecture. So the general principle that I would like to very briefly introduce here is you have your actual content and you have your content management system that provides you all the access policies, right? Who is allowed to see what and when? So sometimes you have very, very specific settings, sometimes a very general setting that you say users with specific credentials can always see the data, okay? But you may have a situation that even specific users are only allowed to see the data at a given point in time. Or imagine an emergency unit, only if you approach the scene of action, only then you are allowed to see this otherwise very confidential data. Right? All these rules are encoded in these geo-hexagonal, just another standard policies. And this creates the data that is then fully protected because it is encrypted. And our client who wants to see and use the data needs to retrieve the decryption key from the key management service. And the key management service has even the encryption keys here, the decryption keys provided to the user. So the user accesses the data, maybe downloads the data, and cannot do anything as long as the user has not interacted with the key management service, retrieved the appropriate key to decrypt the data, and then make use of it. That was the overview of our policies, part 1 or part 2 if you take the overview. We have now a bit of time, and I'm happy that Ali will manage the session, little Q&A session. So if you have any questions, please let us know. Please feel free to post them in Arabic, in English, whatever language you prefer. The main idea is that we collect all your ideas, all your feedback, because this is very important, right? This is not that this has been defined and is carved in stone. We are really dependent on you helping to build a bigger whole out of these pieces that we have defined, right? So whatever feedback you have, please let us know. We will collect it all. We have Ali's email address here. That's the most efficient point, because if you send Arabic messages to us, we will be dependent on automated translation, which might introduce one or the other issue. So with these words, thank you very much, and I hand over to Ali.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا على وقتكم ومقدرين الأمانة الجهد في مقدار الاستماع والاستيعاب. معلومات كبيرة جدا وكثيرة جدا، ونشكركم حقيقة. نشكر الأخوان في الOGC، نشكر الممثل، نشكر أصحاب المعالي والسعادة على حضورهم وكريم توجيههم بإنجاح الورشة هذه. فالجزء الأول في السياسات انتهى. الآن نستقبل جميع الأسئلة بأي لغة كانت، العربية أو الإنجليزي. احنا حاضرين بإذن الله للإجابة عنها. وأيضا كما ذكر المهندس عاصم، سعادة الرئيس، رئيس هيئة عامة مساحة المركز الجيومكاني الوطني، احنا عندنا 7 أيام للمراجعة والرجوع للمركز وللهيئة بما يرونهم من مرئيات، وبإذن الله أنها تضمن في النسخة النهائية للعمل. فإذا في أي أسئلة الآن.
Question. Thank you very much for this workshop. My name is Tamim from the Ministry of Energy. My first question regarding the policies, has it been signed and published officially, or is it still work in progress?
If you allow me, gentlemen. So, as we mentioned, this is the final draft. This is the final look of the document and the policy. So, you should help us getting it approved. It is in the final stages. So, with the 7 days time frame, you should impact your comments. Then it will be approved from GEOSA's regulatory.
Clear. Another aspect regarding the data sharing, what we do currently for the non-geospatial data is that we sign a data sharing agreement with the other entities who request a certain data. We specify the data and the use of it and all the regulation regarding how to deal with that data. Is this the same mechanism going to be with the geospatial, or do you have a certain guideline on how to have that agreement with the entities to share these data?
Thank you for a really good question. As you are very well aware, these principles and these policies will set the overall guide. But going into details, yes, we do have certain agreements that should enable the application of this policy. Thank you. Next, please. So Shuja.
Yeah. أول شيء, excuse me gentlemen, allow me to speak Arabic. أول شيء أشكر الأخوان صراحة المنظمين في الهيئة العامة للمساحة، وهذا شيء غير مستغرب منكم، ونطمع فيكم مزيد إن شاء الله. السؤال اليوم هو السياسات. إذا إحنا بس أبغى أستوضح من طال عمرك، هل هي الطبقات 12 طبقة اللي سبق منشن لها السياسات والبوليسي هي فقط ل 12 طبقة أو هناك طبقات أخرى؟ هذا السؤال.
يعطيك العافية مهندس شجاع، وشاكر ومقدر حضوركم ودعمكم. سؤال وجيه للأمانة. كما نعلم البنية التحتية للمعلومات الجيومكانية تعتمد بشكل كبير على تصنيف البيانات إلى طبقات عدة تحكم عملها مهم جدا. فالهيئة ماخذة بالاعتبار، والمملكة حقيقة تمثيلها في المحافل الدولية ماخذة بالاعتبار أن دائما نطبق أفضل الممارسات ونواكب التطور. فابتدأنا ب 12 طبقة والآن احنا نكتمل إلى 15 طبقة، وبحول الله تكبر أكثر بحيث أنها تضم الطبقات الموضوعية اللي من شأنها أنها تحكم البيانات الجيومكانية بالشكل الصحيح وبالشكل المناسب بإذن الله. شكرا لك. تفضل تعمل.
بداية أنا فهيم الحامد، الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة سواحل الجزيرة. حبدأ يعني بداية باللغة العربية، وحضطر أطرح السؤال باللغة الإنجليزية. يعني حقيقة إحنا مدهوشين على المستوى الشخصي إنه إحنا نشوف يعني عمل جيو استراتيجي حقيقة متخصص كثير جدا. يعني للناس اللي جالسين هنا حتما كلهم متخصصين، ولكن للناس اللي هم أمثالي يعني الجرعة كانت متخصصة. وفي تصوري كهيئة أنا يعني أقترح على سعادة الرئيس أو معالي الرئيس إنه يتم تبسيط المشروع، لأنه مشروع فعلا متخصص subject matter. فإذا رأى سعادة الرئيس إعداد ورشة مستقبلية لكي يفهموها، مش العامة فقط، أنا أعتقد حتى النخبة محتاجة أن تفهمها. فإذا سمحت، my question is such huge project which has a multiple dimension dynamics and matrix. I mean, what is the time frame to implement such huge project? We have seen only procedures. We have seen only, I can call mathematics in your language, but how we can mechanize that and we can see that implementation of that. It's very important. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we cannot answer all the details about the time frame. It really depends on how quickly we walk together into the future. We have experience from existing developments, so the national infrastructures, the international infrastructure like Inspire. We know their time frames. We know that it takes time, right, from the initial policies and standards definition to all the implementation elements. Is certainly a process that requires lots of interactions between us all. We need to work together on these aspects. We have a good understanding on how not to do it because we have the experience and lessons learned from the previous initiatives, and we know how to do it because of all the research and development work we did in the past. How quickly we can implement that? Well, that depends on many factors that we need to investigate in detail over the next couple of years.
Just one last comment on that, which is part of those lessons is learning how not to try to eat the elephant in one bite, is how to start with a number of key things fairly quickly and build on them. So we understand how to break the problem down into smaller pieces now a lot better than we did when we first started doing these infrastructures 30 years ago. And so I think we can have an evolving environment where we get practical benefits very quickly, and we put the principles in place that allows us to build incrementally. If
you allow me just to answer and emphasize on the first Arabic part. شاكر ومقدر لك طال عمرك حضوركم ودعمكم وايضا مشاركتكم الراي العظيم اللي يعني من شأنه انه باذن الله يدعمنا ان نحن ايضا ناخذ الخطوه الاخرى للتنفيذ. وحقيقه رايكم ومرئيتكم في محلها والتوجيه المرغوب حصل، ونعم في توجيه باذن الله بان التوجيه نعم موجود بأن يكون هناك ورش عمل تابعة تبسط العمل أكثر من ناحية تنفيذية، لا من أجزاء السياسات، ولا أيضا فيما بعد البريك بإذن الله لموضوع المعايير وكيف يكون نبني قطاع جيومكاني متكامل ونظام بيئي حاضن للمعلومات الجيومكانية ونواكب التقنية، وأيضا نتسارع في التقدم بحول الله. شاكر ومقدر لك. تفضل.
السلام عليكم. المهندس ماجن غيمش من جمعية البيئة ومكافحة السحر. أولا الحقيقة أنا أود أن أشكر الهيئة ممثلة برئيسها وفريقها على تنظيم هذه الورشة المتخصصة في المعايير والسياسات بالتعاون مع الOGC Open Geospatial Consortium. الحقيقة أنا عندي سؤال محدد. المركز الوطني للجيومكانية واللي تشرف عليه أستاذ علي، ومشروع نظام الجيومكانية الوطني اللي عقد ورشة الأسبوع الماضي. هذول موضوعين الحقيقة هم ركائز العمل الهيئة. ذكروا السادة المحاضرين أنه في الداتا سيكيورتي أو داتا بروتكشن. طيب الحين الداتا حقة الجيومكانية هي تشمل داتا كثيرة بما فيها داتا تخص جهات حكومية أخرى بحكم توسع الجيومكانية. بالأمس كان في ندوة وإطلاق السبيشال ايكونوميك زون، وهم 4 زونز، وواحدة من الزونز اللي هي الكلاود سبيشال ايكونوميك زون في الرياض تحت إشراف هيئة الاتصالات والفضاء والتقنية. الحين المعلومات تخزن في الكلاود وتخزن في اللي هي السيرفرز. شركة مايكروسوفت وشركة أوراكل وقعوا اتفاق مع كلاود سيز. الآن دوركم أنتم في بالنسبة للمعلومات أو الداتا البيانات الخاصة في الجيومكانية، وين راح تخزنونها؟ في أي كلاود؟ هل هي في الكلاود حقت مايكروسوفت أو الداتا بيز حقت أوراكل؟ وكيف عملية البروتكشن اوف داتا اند يوزنج اوف داتا؟ شكرا.
شكرا لك سعادتكم المشاركة وأسئلة في محلها للأمانة. واسمح لي أخذ كل جانب على انفصال يعني بشكل بسيط فيما يتعلق في الجهود الوطنية وفيما يتعلق في النظام الجيومكاني وأي جهود أيضا أخرى تابعة للمعلومات الجيومكانية سواء كان في الهيئة في المركز أو في أي قطاع كان. الهيئة بحكمها الجهة التشريعية الجهة المنظمة لقطاع المساحة أخذت على عاتقها بأن تضع أهداف استراتيجية. النظام الجيومكاني هو يعتبر مظلة لجميع ما عرضناه اليوم وأيضا معلومات أخرى تمكن القطاع. هدفنا فقط هو القطاع يكون إلى أفضل ويكون متكامل بشكل أفضل والمستخدم يحصل على تجربة لا مثيل لها من ناحية الوصول وأيضا حماية حقوقهم. لذا تم مشاركة اليوم جميع السياسات اللي من شأنها بحول الله أنها تدعم الهدف الاستراتيجي هذا. علاقة الورشة بالنظام علاقة تبادلية تكاملية تمكن إنجاح جميع المخرجات والأهداف الاستراتيجية. أما فيما يتعلق في تخزين البيانات الجيومكانية والهدف اللي الهيئة تسعى له وتطبقه، حاليا الهيئة العامة للمساحة معتمدة في بنيتها ويعني استضافة البيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية حقيقة في بيئة آمنة. هي بيئة تابعة للهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي في مركز البيانات الوطنية، وأيضا إدارتها عن طريق الهيئة بشكل متكامل. وأيضا كما تفضلت في بنية تحمي البيانات الجيومكانية، تحميها من بعد المستخدم وأيضا من بعد المنتج، وتأخذ بالاعتبار جميع السياسات اللي تم عرضها ويتم تطبيقها. وزي ما وجه سعادة الرئيس بأن راح يكون في ورش عمل تفصيلية كيفية تطبيق تلك السياسات ووضعها في سياق العمل الفعلي اليومي لضمان الوصول للأهداف الاستراتيجية كاستراتيجية وطنية للبيانات الجيومكانية. أتمنى أني أكون أجبت. شكرا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أحمد آل الشيخ من كلية الهندسة جامعة الملك سعود وعضو مجلس الإدارة. حقيقة أنا عندي بس طلب، بما أنكم ستقدمون ورش تفصيلية كما وجه سعادة الرئيس، في ليت حقيقة تركزون على الحدود بين الهاي كونفيدنشال والكونفيدنشال كمان لو تركزون على برايفت سيكتورز، لان حقيقه اذا تداخلت الامور يعني اصبح الواحد ما عاد يعرف وش الموجود، وش الفالي، وش غير موجود. انا تكلمت العربيه لان حقيقه، فشكرا جزيلا.
شكرا لك سعادة الدكتور أحمد آل الشيخ، وأيضا يعني إضافة ثرية كعادتكم وبإذن الله مأخوذة بعين الاعتبار. وزي ما ذكر الأستاذ والدكتور إنجو بأن فعلا إحنا عندنا عمل تفصيلي في المستقبل، إحنا وضعنا الركيزة الآن ومن ثم بإذن الله يتم تفصيلها ويتم وضع الحدود الفعلية لكل تصنيف ولكل أيضا تطبيق في السياسة في المعايير فيما بإذن الله. شاكر ومقدر لكم. إذا سمحتوا لي يا إخوان، إحنا 5 دقائق فوق الوقت المجدول، وقت الصلاة وبريك، نجتمع بإذن الله الساعة 12:30. شاكرين ومقدرين وقتكم وجهدكم العظيم في استماعنا، وأيضا بإذن الله نتمنى بأن الجهد العظيم هذا ينال على توقع الجميع بإذن الله. شاكر ومقدر لكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
but did not ask them yet, but you're thinking about them. And I want to assure you that I have questions. As I was listening to the presentations, that's normal. This is a journey that you're on, and it's a long journey. It's going to take time, but I think the approach is to work step by step, try to keep things as simple as possible. On your side, as stakeholders in this process, we need your leadership, we need your support, we need you to allocate the right resources to help the process work through. If your staffs are part of teams that work this effort through, this massive initiative that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is embarking on, that's going to lead to success. But it won't happen without everyone's participation. And the questions will keep coming. So I'll tell you my question. As I was listening to the presentations this morning, I was thinking, okay, but what about adjudication, resolving differences? How are we going to resolve differences? So stakeholder one has done their part and they've delivered data. And it comes into the system. And stakeholder two has delivered their data into the system. Both have good data, but the system's not working right. Something isn't working correctly. How does that get adjudicated? How does that get resolved? And I think, and there's a process for that, and there's a way to that solution. But those are the kinds of things that as you go through this journey, we're either going to know about that in advance and we can take the proper steps to avoid it, or as we learn these new experiences, we develop solutions. So this is a journey that all of you are on, and that you have some very smart folks that have a lot of experience that are going to help guide you through that process. So I would suggest that sit tight, buckle your seatbelts, because we have a lot of work to do, but I think at the end of the day, you'll see remarkable results. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dem. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to start the next session. It's about the standards. So I will hang on the mic to my colleague, Josh. So we will continue our roles into explaining how standards should help produce geospatial data.
Thank you, Ali. And now from the frying pan into the fire, from policies to standards. So, of course, you know, being OGC, a standards organization, we revere standards. We have temples set up with golden tablets of the standards, and they just sit there and be marvelous. No, that's not the case. I'm actually here now this afternoon to attempt to demystify standards for you and understand how they are tools. They are tools that are useful until they're not, at which time it's time to get new tools and make use of them. So first of all, the key to understanding standards is that standards are agreements. So anything that involves more than one entity, any combination of systems, combination of people, combination of organizations. And our founder used to say, you know, we talk a lot about standards, but really what we're trying to do is to get organizations to behave better by means of standards. So agreements are needed anytime that there's work together or interoperation between systems or organizations. And that always involves behavior and behavior over data. It's one entity informing the other, which involves exchanging information in order to achieve that. And so those agreements are needed for anything to work, for operations that involve inter-operations. But those agreements, you know, there's no two ways about it. They're a lot of work to get agreements that are beneficial to both parties, that have the effective use that is sought for, and cover all of the edge cases that tend to make those sorts of cooperation fail. So yes, it's a lot of work, and so it's beneficial not to do it too often. And that's really where standards come in. Standards are agreements that happen to be a little bit better than average agreements. They're durable, particularly they're reusable, they're common, so it means that they're agreements that can be understood by different parties. You know, if one person understood it and then they're replaced in that role by somebody else, you don't have to start from scratch again. So durable, reusable, common, and enforceable. And Tim was talking about adjudication. One aspect of that is not needing to adjudicate because the standards have been developed with means of testing the quality, the conformance of products that are intended to be governed by those standards. So that's, you know, the secret to successful adjudication is to do as little of it as possible. So there are different ways that you can develop, that you can adopt, that you can make use of, that you can evolve standards. Some standards are organic. They're recognition of agreements that are already in place. Some have been put together by the parties involved to advance their work. We call that, in the case particularly of commercial entities, co-opetition. They're cooperating in order to form the basis, the playing field on which competition is possible. Sometimes they're de facto. Sometimes the only way to get to an agreement is for a third entity to impose that, to say, okay, this is how we're going to work together. But they can be consensus or mandated. OGC standards are consensus standards. They're developed by the consent of the membership of OGC, which Ingo described as diverse, coming from government, non-government, commercial, academic, and it's the consent, that consensus, that gives those standards their power and also gives others the confidence, the trust that this standard has been developed and vetted to serve these purposes of durability and reusability. So the other issue with standards is that we're using standards to exchange information to increase the possibility for people and organizations to work together. And so one of the things that Rob has been talking about is this question of semantic interoperability. It's fine for all of us in the same room, in the same organization, in the same community to agree because our common references are well understood. But at the level of national infrastructure, the level of national or international standards, now we have people who have different understandings of concepts, and it's that coming to agreement on both how to behave and our understanding of the value of that behavior that matters. So this is like any other diplomacy. Standards diplomacy involves compromise, it involves understanding mutual benefits, and the technical diplomacy. And that goes for existing standards, developing standards, and standards that we need to answer the question, does that still work for us? Do we need to change, to adapt, to evolve? So you know, sometimes can be hard to evaluate our standards being effective, but it's actually not that difficult to figure out when you're really missing interoperability, when the pegs don't fit in the holes, when custom integration means that you add another piece or you scale to another level and it stops working. And you know, to be fair, there's a well-known marketing strategy where you say, standards are wonderful, I'm going to use this standard in the work that I do for you, but I'm going to improve it a little bit better because you'd like something better, right? And you won't discover for another 6 months that by making the standard better, I've actually made it impossible for anyone else to use it. So those are some of the aspects where not only the standard, but how the standard is used and how it's conformed to makes the difference between these things working and these things not working. The duplication of effort, the difficulty in sharing time-critical data, trouble finding existing data. This is where adopting a standard in aspirations that you'll avoid future difficulties, such as finding and making use of data, make all the difference. But it does require this step into the unknown. I will adopt standards, I will conform to standards, I will have a cooperation to do so because of the difficulties that we have not yet encountered but will do so in the future based on past experience. So, you know, why is standards important? There's so many small examples, but there are also large examples. It's hard to overstate how having a common global coordinate system for positioning things, you know, things like voting districts, but also things like airplanes, have mattered. Why GPS coordinates are always provided in the same format across many different systems. And most particularly, and this speaks to these foundation themes and their ability to work together, is geospatial data layers that can be combined into a common map. And that conjunction of information, almost all of the integrations of information from different sources depend on this ability to say, these are all characteristics of the same place. Sometimes our view of geospatial data, of mapping, can be pretty esoteric, but it basically comes down to, can we combine what we know about a place or not? Without standards, of course, and these are some of the cases of just practical interoperability when the bridges don't align, but then semantic interoperability, you know, is that a hole in the design or is that just a comment in the drawing for the design? Another aspect of how you use standards has to do with how you combine standards and change. So, as I mentioned, one of the things that is done is to say, okay, we have a standard, but you want some more features, right? So we'll make a better standard, which is fine, except that then you have incompatibility between products adhering to the first standard and products adhering to the second standard. A more effective way of evolving standards to meet changing situations, to add value, is actually to build modularity into the standard. So take the basic specification, reuse it as often as possible. When additional capabilities are needed, add those as a module on top. That then preserves the interoperability that the original specification makes use of. It always is the case that at some point changing technology, changing applications do require that standards be updated and evolved. There's nothing actually sacred about the standards. Use them as long as they remain useful, but use them in such a way that they do remain useful as long as possible. So there are many business issues to standards. Does innovation oppose or benefit from standards? Well, you'd think, well, you know, we keep innovating, therefore the standards will no longer be valuable. But taking a step back, really the most valuable innovation generally takes place on the basis of a shared market, a shared playing field, on the basis of having solved certain set of problems so that we can address new problems. You know, instead of saying, okay, we're going to invent a wheel again and again and again, we're going to say we have wheels and we can keep changing the engine that drives them. There are issues, though, certainly. Generally, it benefits smaller commercial entities to work with standards than larger commercial entities because they need to work with other entities more often than the larger ones. So the benefits of standards may not be evenly distributed in a commercial sense. The component innovation, it's, as I said, can seem to be valuable to reinvent, but being able to reinvent by replacing elements that have the same interaction with the existing one means that the disruption and the breaking of existing components happens less often. So in the end, standards are not just a technology to be replaced by another technology, but really they're a negotiation and a collaboration that continues to benefit the way that people, organizations, and systems work together, but it has to be something that you learn, something that you practice that agreement in order to continue to get better at it. So interoperability and trust, you expect the interoperable behavior by contracting for it with standards, by enforcing it with conformance, and by valuing it by being able to evaluate where those benefits occur, both in the present and in the future, from the adoption of them. And finally, the collaboration over standards extends to the formation of standards as well. It's not helpful for interoperation if you follow one standard and it clashes with another standard. So the benefits that OGC as a kind of an umbrella and coordinating organization brings is a continual effort to harmonize and work between the standardization efforts of other organizations. The relationship between OGC and ISO, particularly TC211, is well established and strong, but there are also collaborations between OGC and the World Wide Web Consortium, the Internet Engineering Task Force, and national standards organizations, as well as many facilitation bodies who develop their own standards or develop the practices by which the standards can be adopted. So it's not only the ecosystem that a standard enables, but the standards ecosystem from which those effective standards are able to emerge. So what are we going to cover in terms of data standards for the national spatial data infrastructure and the foundation data themes for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? Well, we're going to cover 7 topics this afternoon, and hopefully you'll bear with us as we go into some of the gritty details of both forming, adopting, and managing the systems and the data according to these standards. We'll talk particularly about data quality and data transparency in terms of specification. We'll talk about some of the practices of data collection, documentation, maintenance, and update, which also need to follow standards. Otherwise, the initial benefits of adhering to standards are lost as these processes occur. And then finally, we'll discuss an important element of the value of standards for spatial data infrastructure, which is to keep track of, to continue updating those standards which are applicable and valuable agreements for the use and value realization of those data infrastructures. So one of the hard truths that we'll cover is that data are not perfect. I know this comes as a great shock, but not only are data imperfect, but the information on the imperfections of the data are themselves imperfect. But what it means is that data is not suitable for all applications, all situations, but it is suitable for some. And the critical value is understanding which data are valuable, are suitable for which purposes. And that comes from being able to evaluate, measure, and communicate those aspects of the quality of data that relate to the data's fitness for purposes. So there are different sources of this uncertainty. Remember that when we make this building into a point on a map, that's a conceptual uncertainty. So we've said, okay, a good model for this physical building in some circumstances is a point. Well, if we want to figure out how many people fit in that building, a point is not going to be useful. If we want to find it, and a route finding app, yes, it is pretty useful. So all of these uncertainties need to be documented, exchanged, communicated, and then related to the applications to which they apply. There's the descriptive uncertainty. Do we have all of the details for this building that we need? Well, for the purpose of fitting it into the landscape of Riyadh, a simple box is enough. But if we want to look at traffic flow, of models of air quality in here, then we need more detail, particularly internal detail. So the descriptive uncertainty is a quality of the data, but also needs to be connected. And then the uncertainty that you're more familiar with, the location uncertainty. How close are we to the position of this building on the map as opposed to its position in the real world? And then, as I mentioned, there's uncertainty to the uncertainty. It does no good to say, well, we know the location of the building plus or minus 50 feet. Well, is that 50 feet all the time? Is that 50 feet 50% of the time? So the meta uncertainty, what an esoteric topic, but still, when you're actually trying to use the data, it matters. So here are some of the elements of this consideration of data quality. The required data quality elements, the spatial uncertainty, descriptive uncertainty, the quality measures, so we measure those elements, such as the location uncertainty, and then for the fitness of purpose, compare the results of those measures to targets. Okay, if we want to make use of this location of the building, then it needs to have a certain quality of location, value of that measure in order to be fit. And then many elements of metadata that are relevant to the quality. Well, it's very fine that you said it's plus or minus 50, but who determined that, and how did they determine it? And when did they do it? And what technology was available and calibration at that time? So all of the information around the measurement of quality. You can call it metadata, metadata, but it's all relevant to really being able to evaluate and trust that fitness for purpose. So here are 5 the principal categories of data quality elements: the completeness of the data, the positional accuracy, the thematic quality, the logical consistency. You know, have we discerned and conceptualized these real-world features in a way which makes the data useful? And then, along with positional accuracy, the temporal quality. And this is one of the aspects of a living, breathing, dynamic spatial data infrastructure, which is so often missed, which is what is the validity of the data, what is the time of validity of the information, the observations or the measurements that were used to create that data. The data is only as good as the sources that led to it. So here's an example of imagery, because imagery, taking standard pieces of the world to represent, these terms can be more widely understood than in some cases of feature data sets. So the imagery accuracy is the measure of the distance between actual location, the actual location of what we see in a pixel on the image, and the position of the object in the image. And the positional accuracy is dependent a lot on how that image is processed and what it's being referenced to. There's a typical measure of it and a related value of resolution. And so, you know, imagery that has a low positional accuracy may still be very useful for some applications, but not for others. And knowing that is the critical difference. In case of building themes, that appropriate target of geometric accuracy, for example, is all to do with the particular applications to which that building data can be applied. In the case of geographic names, the importance of that accuracy might be extremely high when routing or adjacency issues are concerned, but there's a minimum level which may not appear to be that great in accuracy, it just is sufficient to disambiguate one place name from another place name. So one other aspect which kind of takes up a step and looks at the foundation data themes as a whole is that they're designed to represent a world which works together. In the real world, the sidewalks are where the sidewalks are, the streets are where the streets are, the buildings are not on top of the sidewalks. And an important characteristic of, we'll say, meta-quality is that the themes are consistent with one another. So yes, they are plus or minus 5 meters, but they also conform to constraints between the layers such that a consistent spatial data fabric is formed by the combination of the foundation data themes. And so that balance, both achieved and documented, is one aspect in which the quality concerns stretch across the different foundation themes, and where overall governance is then important to achieving this level of quality. So I'll just breeze over feature attribute quality because these are very much specific to the particular data products, the attributes that form that product, the source of the information for those attributes, and the fitness of those for particular purposes. This just means to say that you can set measures of quality for those attributes, but they're very much due to the experts in the data and the experts in the use of that data. And so that delegation of understanding of quality really needs to be achieved. And then, as we mentioned, there are quality and then the quality of the quality, but it sounds like information that one person in the world only needs to know, but that trust that enables fitness for purpose and therefore the value of these data products come from that clarity and documentation of the quality. So that is data quality. Data quality evaluation. I turn to my colleague Ali to continue.
Thank you, Josh, for setting up again the basic information and the base of how to carry on with data quality. So we're changing how we talk. We're changing about the policy. We're not talking rules, principles. Now we're being deep technical. We are trying to explain as much technical details as possible that geospatial data is, yes, it needs policies to guide the use, but we need to understand geospatial by ISO, and we see it is sensible to use them in geospatial information, especially in the context of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So the first one will be the direct evaluation. Simply, we can have sample of the data where we evaluate it against the data quality elements, as mentioned before by my colleague Josh. Completeness, thematic and positional. In order to come up and produce geospatial data, you need to have a specific scope, a specific area where you can have your geospatial data available and produced. A data product identification for each data set, for each feature of the data, it should have an ID, an identification. We explain that in the policies as a context of a guide, but here we explain it more as of applicability in the infrastructure of geospatial data. Then we need to have the content and the structure of the geospatial data, where geospatial data models come into place. And as made before clear and shared with multiple organizations, GEOSA have been sharing national standards and national content deliverables. One of them is the National Geospatial Data Model, so it is available to be used, to be developed, and also to be considered in building geospatial data infrastructure. After that, it's really important to identify the reference system used in the geospatial data collected. As similar to the geospatial data models approved by GEOSA, we do have a national spatial reference system. We call it SANSRIS. It is approved that every single data producer should use SANSRIS in their building and also in collecting their geospatial data or handling legacy data in order to get the maximum benefit of the geospatial data. Following that is the data quality. So we do take the data quality elements in consideration, and data specification should have a clear identification of those 5 elements in the data specification. Then data products delivery, when the data will be delivered, how it will be delivered, the way of sharing the data and delivering data from producers to the final user of geospatial data. As mentioned before from my colleagues, metadata is really important. It is one of the main aspects to understand the data, what is the data about, and how can we use the data and who collected it, so we can have the impact of any development required or any impact that will have on the user. What's the role of data capture, how the data was captured, so it will enable better understanding and better image of how the geospatial data have been came into existence. So after the data capture roles, we do have data maintenance. Data specification should identify the maintenance framework about having to develop geospatial data according to the shortages or area of development and any room of improvement on geospatial data. Second to the last specification, we know that good representations make the map accessible, makes the map usable. So in GEOSA, we are using simple portrayal in our geospatial portal. We encourage data specification producers and data producers to include portrayal impact of such a simple portrayal is having according to reading a map. Finally, and last but not least, any additional information that is connected with a specific scope, land parcel features or land parcel specification that should be available to each of a different data sets, it should include it in the data specification of each of the foundation theme. And finally, I need to draw your attention that data specification is approved finally from GEOSA, but data custodians, data producers should always satisfy such an element so it will raise the maturity of geospatial data and geospatial data management. Thank you so much for your time. Now I will pass the mic to my colleague Josh, so he will carry on the other elements, and thank you so much.
Okay, back to quality. That was only a brief respite. So one of the aspects of data quality that I'd like to convey in this next segment is its nature as an ongoing, as a dynamic enterprise. So, you know, quality doesn't just stop, you know, okay, you know, of working out data. So, and this is where this role of a data set product and a product specification comes in. One, because developed, generated, upended, and this not only needs then to upended, and this not only needs then to be specified in the product specification and then carried out in implementation, but re-examined. So two things can happen, three things can happen. One is that we were wrong about the quality evaluation. The data has problems that did not show up in the quality measures. We need new quality measures in order to develop and maintain that trust. Or two, the new purposes, new applications have been imagined that require a new level or type of data quality to be fit for that purpose. And being able to have a loop of designing data products, designing the quality measures and targets, then re-examining that and asking, do we need to redesign? Do we need a new product? Have we done a sufficiently good job with the existing product? These are all part of the data quality process. An important mechanism in that will be maintained, developed and maintained by GEOSA is a data quality register. So as we went through, there are specifications, there are quality measures, there are quality measurements, there are results of those measurements to be compared with the targets which make that data fit for a particular purpose. And it would be fine if those never changed, just to say, here's a piece of paper, here are the quality measures, you know, put it in a safe place. The purpose of having a register is to emphasize that this is a living, breathing, dynamic process. We look at the appropriate measurements, the appropriate measures, the targets, how they compare to how they fit into standards for these data, how they're manifested in the specifications, and whether they're still appropriate. We need new measures, we need new evaluations, or new targets. So the tools for doing this are an important part of having a spatial data infrastructure that continues to be relevant. Okay, so that data quality, the data quality mechanisms, the targets, the tooling for doing that extends into the data collection and the documentation, and is similarly dynamic, that this need to be included in any data maintenance and update, the update of existing data products, the production of new data products. So one of the important elements here is that metadata, quality measures, the results of measurement of data quality, all need to be tightly connected to the process of creating, publishing, accessing, and utilizing the data, particularly the foundation themes themselves. If that, extra information is off to one side of the data, it inevitably gets separated and lost, and the trust which comes from the tight connection of the data and the metadata then ends up being lost, resulting in a loss of value of the data itself. So the goal of developing these data collection policies and practices is to achieve the level of trust that the data are conformant to the specifications and in turn conformant to the standards on which the data product specifications are based. Now, the trust in the data fitness also comes, as I said, not only from the assertion, yes, this data conforms to a data product specification that was designed on the basis of applicable standards, but has the forms of verification that provide that trust. So trust but test, trust but verify. And trust, verify, and document so that when the effort has been put in to increase trust in data, that the information is available for people to do so. That connection of, the paperwork needs to be done across the collection, but also the production, the publication, and the maintenance processes. Some of the issues that arise in having this integrated process of production and documentation are the custodianship, why this plan for spatial data infrastructure places such a high value on data custodianship. Who and what is accountable for the adherence to the process and the results of conformance. As many of us have gone on and on about probably too much, but it's really hard to emphasize this too much. It's the identifiers which are able to keep this information and meta information connected even in the distributed, cloud-based, multi-level environments that we find the value in this infrastructure data. And in particular, because we want to use the data to understand our world better and for our world to function better, it's having both the real-world identity and the data identity that are critical. So very often one stops and says, well, there's an identifier, and I see, it's different from this feature to that feature, but not tracking the data and what the data represents is a lost opportunity. And then finally, as we repeated several times, these measures of quality, may be assumed, may be trusted foundation data operates by having both measurements and targets for data quality, but outside data review of the procedures. So are the publication and production procedures actually delivering those data quality targets? When data comes from observations, and that is a particularly dynamic form of data when there are ongoing observations that are a result of it, the documentation of those observation and sensing procedures. What were the sensors? Who operated it? Under what procedures? And following a number of really important, if less available, less well and commonly understood as observations, measures, and samples, or samples, actuators. These are ways of describing standard fashion how this view of the world and phenomena in the world got translated into data that's useful to go back and operate in the world. And they all come down to this sense of trust in the data and trust that the data are. Some of the data security measures come in, that authenticity, integrity, measures such as hashing and digital signatures to make sure that the trust in that data and its usefulness is as high a level as possible. These are just some of the many standards which are available to help to organize and delineate what some of these metadata elements are that form this important part of trust. So DCAT, GeoDCAT, W3C involved, description of metadata elements which are files are really that grab bag of carefully defined metadata elements which are useful in particular profiles for that sense of fitness. And W3C Prov, as implemented in SOSA and other standards, then provide that provenance information. You know, should I trust this data? Well, where did it come from? Who was involved in the information, the observations that it came from, the processing, and how? So all of those you'd like to trust, but the more that you know and the more that you know that it's been verified that you know, the more likely that is to happen. Okay, just a quick look at maintenance and update. The emphasis here is really the extent to which the foundation themes are living and breathing representations of the world, of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the elements in it, which are important for us to be able to communicate, to work with in the real world. And those require maintenance and update. And those maintenance and update procedures need to be clear, they need to be agreed, and they need to maintain these elements of quality measures and metadata that the original production of data involves. And those mean that the data frameworks include not only the data itself, but the procedures, the specifications, and the funding that allow that maintenance to occur. And in this respect, data infrastructure is very familiar, very similar to any other infrastructure. It requires investment, and it requires continued investment. The value of the asset in its usage, in its reuse, it really depends on maintaining and advancing both the quality and the fitness. One of the aspects of quality, this is that temporal uncertainty or temporal quality, and very close to fitness for purpose. Data which is appropriate for long-term projects is not going to have the concurrency, the timeliness that is required for disaster response. You know, I need to know which houses are standing today, not in the 6-month quarterly review. So the concurrency should determine those maintenance procedures, the frequency of update, and the nature of update. Are they updated according to a schedule? Are they updated according to the availability of new source information to judge from? Is there some threshold of completeness and concurrency that determines the fitness of that data for purpose. Again, this is a balance that all of the design, specification, evaluation, maintenance, and update needs to point at, is for infrastructure data, where is the balance between the reusability and the usability for important purposes? I'm not saying it's an easy task, I'm just saying it's a critical one. So that's our look at some of the hard work which is ahead, but I hope some of the benefits which will accrue from doing that hard work to come up with that retains and increases its fitness for a wide range of purposes. I'm going to turn to my colleague Rob to have a look at some of the standards on which that fitness really can be based.
Thank you. Actually, I won't be very long because I've got the most boring slides to present. So my challenge is to wake some of you up. Now, what Josh has been going through is a rather deep philosophical traversal of an enormous number of aspects which we've learned over time affect the usefulness, the costs, the procedures by which you set up and manage your data. And the collective experience of all those people generating data has generated that very, 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 very long list of all these different aspects and different concerns we need to think about. And this list of standards are some of the ones you'll be familiar with if you've been in this area for a little while. I think they're pretty much all endorsed by the Standards Association, Organisation of Saudi Arabia and most other national governments. And each of these standards has a role, okay? So we have a sort of very high-level philosophical concept, 19101. We have 19131, which is the data product specification, which gave us a nice little round rainbow diagram, all the different aspects. We have 19109, which gives us those feature models I showed before. And we've got 19137 for spatial bits and blah, blah, blah. 156, which is the observations and measurements, just been updated. So they're well-known patterns. A lot of people have put a lot of work getting to the stage where, okay, we kind of know how these things fit together. But a big long list of standards is not very, very accessible. You've seen how complex the real world is. There's so many things you have to worry about. And then while we have these abstract baselines, we end up having implementation standards, which Ingo showed before, the various APIs and formats which implement these standards in a way you can use. When you use a standard, you don't tend to go back and read the original document standard. You tend to use a bit of software which someone has tested, meets those standards, and meets one of the implementations of those standards. So we need to move away from a big, long, static list of things which are hard to work with, and move towards a much more dynamic view of the world. And that's basically where this idea of registering the standards which we are deciding are useful for us today. As this evolves over time, let's identify those standards, which of the implementations of those are useful to us, let's test those, okay? And then we should register those standards and say, okay, these are the standards we've decided we're going to adopt today, or the ones we've decided, okay, we're no longer going to support that standard. Registration and deregistration of the standards. And that leads us to an exciting new concept which we believe will support this ecosystem moving forward, which is to move away from a static document of the set of standards towards a dynamic standards registry. And that standards registry can be a lot richer, and it can help you show how the standards relate to each other. And at this point, I'll hand over to Ali to show how this is being put into operation now. This is actually quite an exciting development in terms of best practice, I believe. Thank you.
شاكرين ومقدرين. للأمانة أخذنا من وقتكم كثير ومن جهدكم العظيم، لكن اسمحوا لي بأختم يعني مواضيع الورشة بأن ولله الحمد بعد توجيه سعادة رئيس الهيئة وأيضا موافقة أصحاب المصلحة وأصحاب القرار عندنا في الهيئة وأيضا في قطاع المساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية، وزي ما ذكروا الأخوان من أهمية البيانات الجيومكانية وأهمية المعايير، ولأنها بحر للأمانة وكثيرة ومصادرها متعددة. أخذت الهيئة على عاتقها جمع وإعداد سجل متكامل بحول الله للمعايير الجيومكانية المتوفرة سواء على المستوى الوطني المنتجة من الهيئة العامة للمساحة كمعايير محتوى، أو أيضا متبناه على المستوى العالمي، وأيضا بالتعاون مع الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس. الجهد هذا بذل ليكون هناك منصة واحدة، نقطة واحدة للحصول على جميع المعايير، وأيضا لأجل الحصول على صورة كافية للوصف المعني بكل معيار والتفاصيل الفنية له. فإذا سمحتوا لي بأن نطلع من السلايد ونأخذكم بعرض حي كيفية الوصول للسجل هذا وكيفية التعامل معه، وأيضا يعتبر بين يدينكم للمراجعة والرجوع للهيئة في أي أسئلة واستفسارات فيما يخصه. لا يمنع من بعض التأخير التقني، ولكن لن يمنعنا بإذن الله. المثال الحي اللي بإذن الله أحاول أن أخذ معكم فيه هو بأن نتوجه إلى موقع الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية. الصفحة الرئيسية للهيئة نستطيع أن احنا نحصل على رابط الوصول للمنصة الجيومكانية كبنية تحتية جيومكانية للمعلومات لجميع المعلومات الجيومكانية والوصول لجميع التطبيقات المتعلقة به. بعد ما نفتح المنصة الجيومكانية راح تتوفر لدينا عدة تطبيقات حقيقة. لو ركزنا فقط على المعايير الجيومكانية، معايير البيانات الجيومكانية، نستطيع الوصول إلى الصفحة المعنية بالمعايير المذكورة سابقا، وأيضا بإمكاننا معرفة جميع الجهات المنتجة والمصدرة للمعايير الجيومكانية. وعلى سبيل المثال لما نختار أي رابط أو أي معيار جيومكاني نستطيع الحصول على وصف خاص فيه، وأيضا المعرف الخاص فيه، الاي دي الخاص بالمعيار، وأيضا الكلمات المفتاحية التي تساعد الوصول لها بشكل أفضل، والجهة المصدرة للمعايير. هذا ليس فقط ينطبق على معايير الاو جي سي، بل لدينا معايير الايزو والاو جي سي، الان جي سي، الاي اتش او المختصين في المعلومات البحريه، وايضا المختصين في المعلومات والاعمال الجوديسيه، وايضا فيما يتعلق في المعايير الوطنيه. بحول الله نرتقي من 5 معايير الى عدد يمكن القطاع الجيومكاني، وايضا باذن الله يكون تطبيقه سهل وقريب للمستخدم واثره عظيم جدا. شاكرين ومقدرين حسن استماعكم. الآن ننتقل إلى الجزئية الأخيرة في تلقي الأسئلة والاستفسارات فيما يتعلق في قسم المعايير الجيومكانية الوطنية. فاللي عنده أي سؤال فضلا رفع اليد. عندنا سؤال في الخلف هناك.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا معكم أخوكم سلطان السلطان، عضو في الأو جي سي، وكذلك فاوندر وسي او للتكريس لاب في مجال الجيوسبيشال. أسأل بالعربي ولا بالإنجليزي؟
اللي يريحك عمر.
My question to Inju, I'd like you please if you elaborate when you are do a very good presentation in the beginning today, this morning, regarding organization. I think more than 25 or 35 organizations. And also you mentioned about private sector as a very important in terms of the framework. And also you do some good introduction about education sector. I would like you to elaborate about private sector and education. Are you going to go also and hearing from them, or now you're only hearing from government sector? Because to get a very good professional product in the end, I think these other two sectors are very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The whole journey can only be done together, right? And yes, we have some focus here on the governmental perspective today, but that was mainly because we talk about the foundation themes, and then as the foundation to then produce an ecosystem that allows all the commercial players to find their role to deal with a very reliable legal framework, a very reliable standards framework that we can interact very efficiently in. The same applies to the academic sector, right? The academic sector plays a very important role in this endeavor. Lots of training, education material will be required, right? It's not that we do have all the capacity available at any time, in particular as technology evolves. And it's important that we bring all these different perspectives into this process here, into our joint journey. And it's important that, yeah, we don't make it a kind of focused journey only. It needs to be an open journey that is really invitive to all the different disciplines. That's a very important aspect. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Ahmed Ali Sheikh from College of Engineering again. The gentleman over there has raised a very important question, a very important issue about the geofiction part of the surveying work, actually, or geometric works. If somebody, if I hire somebody to do some surveying or geodetic surveying work, and then he handed me a very bad job, okay? I'm talking now about the quality of the work. Who's going to be responsible for that? Is it the office? Is it the institute who allowed him to graduate while he is not qualified? Or the institute licensed him? So I just, if you can elaborate quickly on this question. Did you get my question or not?
Okay, so allow me to jump in, because I kind of understand your point, Dr. Ahmed. Clearly, if the relationship between the contractor and also the data collector, it depends, totally depends on the relationship between them as a contract. But when it comes to the national policies, national standards, they should satisfy each of the elements of policies, not to break the policies or overrule them, and also to take in consideration the standards elements and the standard components to satisfy them when it comes to the completeness and the other relevant elements of data quality. If it doesn't meet, it means he didn't satisfy, or they didn't satisfy the project, so it needs to be redone. And this is simply goes back to the contractual relationship between the two parties.
Now, I think there's some jurisdiction about it, some issue about it, some responsibility, some legal aspect about it. We teach our students to be responsible for their work. Okay, it doesn't matter if he made a mistake; he'll be responsible for it. But my question is it his only responsibility, or is it our institute graduated him, or the institute licensed him? I think this should be specified in the specification here.
Exactly. It's really important to identify the list of specification and the list. That's why we have number of input, so it can be easy for data producers to imply on their data products.
الحقيقة الموضوع هذا من المواضيع الرئيسية والأساسية اللي احنا حريصين على ان نوصله للمستخدم، وهو السيرتيفيكيشنز للمزاولة، مزاولة هذه المهنة، يعني عمل ان المساح او الذي يعمل في هذه المهنة هو يجب انه يكون certified. والسيرتيفيكيشنز هذه لأن المساح في الحقيقة أو الذي يعمل في الجيوسبيشال داتا هو يعتبر في المحاكم من المحلفين، فهو له legal aspects. في الحالة هذه احنا يعني ان شاء الله من خلال الأكاديمية ومن خلال الأكاديمية اللي ان شاء الله بتبدأ في الأيام القادمة، هي بيكون فيها الإجراءات الخاصة بالسيرتيفيكيشن على أساس إنه يصير المساح أو الذي يعمل في الجيوسبيشال داتا certified. السيرتيفيكيشن required some conceptual work، مثل التعليم يجب أنه يكون له ليفل معين من التعليم على أساس يصل لهذه العمل، ثم نتجه بعدها في أعمالنا إن شاء الله إلى التطبيق. التطبيق أهم شيء عندنا في التطبيق هو الأثكس للمساح أو الذي يعمل أو يجمع الداتا. فهذه إن شاء الله هذه أعمال مستقبلية إن شاء الله، ولكن يعني هذه كل هذه الأعمال وكل هذه الورز على ما قالوا كلنا مهتمين فيها، وإن شاء الله يعني في القريب العاجل سوف تتضح يعني معالم الجيوسبيشال بالطريقة المعروفة وبالطريقة الذي يجعلها معلومة موثوقة إن شاء الله.
شاكرين ومقدرين الحوار المثري للأمانة. تفضل السؤال هنا.
السلام عليكم. المهندس ماجد مريمش. الحقيقة أنا أشكر المتحدثين عن هذه الورشة خاصة بالستاندردايزيشن، وهي غطت 7 بنود. أنا عندي سؤال محدد للأستاذ غوش، مستر غوش، and clarification. Shall I speak in English, Mr. Ghosh? Okay.
Please.
In your presentation, it's an excellent presentation, and I think number 2, the quality of data. You mentioned the contribution of standards, and you mentioned 2 points: the technical committee TC 211 and joint technical committee. So we understand that the standardization either come from a technical committee from ISO or a joint technical committee. So one of the joint technical committees include 3 organizations like ISO, ITU, and IEC. Is OpenGC is part of any joint technical committee? This is one thing. When we issue a standard, I want to mention like the artificial intelligence, which the data considered as a raw material for artificial intelligence. Till to date, there is no standard issued for the artificial intelligence either by technical committee or joint technical committee. So we are standardization. So how we come to an international standards based on joint technical committee? This is first. Second, I just want to clarify you to clarify for me that the term you coin, which is technical diplomacy. What do you mean by technical diplomacy? Thank you.
So what was the second term? Technical?
You mentioned in one of your slides,
yeah,
technical diplomacy. So this is, you coin it. So this is the first time I hear it in my ear. What do you mean exactly by that?
Well, as to the first, you know that there's a class 1 relationship between OGC and Technical Committee 211, but there are other, and I don't have the complete list, but there are relationships with a number of the joint technical committees of ISO as well. But one of the characteristics of the ISO-OGC relationship is that ISO achieves very broad international consensus at a national level, which is very powerful but very slow. And so a lot of the interaction that we have is OGC doing this innovation, coming up with new standards and opportunities for standards, and then working with ISO at a slower timescale to turn those into ISO level standards. So one example relating to data quality right now is analysis ready data. So there is specifications, draft specifications for satellite imagery readiness, which discusses various quality measures. OGC has just started a standards working group which is going to come up with standards for analysis readiness within the next year to 2 years. At the same time, we've created a working group in TC211 which will set a corresponding set of ISO standards, but that's more like 4 or 5 years. So it's this dynamic process, I think, of innovation, implementatable standards, and then the full ISO framework following that. And so that's how they generally are working. The term technical diplomacy comes from a different source, namely members of my family who kept asking, what do? You go to meetings, you're on the phone a lot, and it has something to do with maps and standards. What is your job? And I finally said, my job is technical diplomacy. I try to get people to agree on technology, on technical details. So whether that's a good title or not, that's where it came from.
Yeah, AI was one part of your question, if I recall correctly, right? There are lots of initiatives in the context of AI at the moment. We are involved with several JTCs on AI aspects. It's still this phase where everyone tries to understand what elements need to be standardized in which organization or part of an organization. We have done lots of work in the context of geo-AI, right? One aspect is about training data. So we do have these models in place, but can I use a model that was developed by someone else in my application space, right? Was it trained with similar data that I'm working with? So lots of efforts have been put into the standardization of training data, because then I can understand if I can apply a specific AI model to my specific situation, my data environment. And that's very important, because the risk of comparing apples and oranges is pretty high when we use AI technologies and let the model decide what a relationship or a specific characteristic actually is, right? So there are lots of activities in this regard. Even the latest testbed, the major research initiatives we have in OGC, they all have AI components. I think it's probably one of the most active fields we have right now.
Thank you, Dr. Ngo. Thank you for your question and a very good session of discussion. So maybe we'll finish up with a question over there.
Assalamu alaikum. أولا, thank you for the wonderful presentation and impressive work. My name is Rinad Al-Rajhi from NDMO Sadaya. My question here is the policies, are they fully aligned with the regulation published by NDMO previously regarding data management, data quality, data classification, and etc.?
Thank you for a very valuable question, and just drawing your attention that this is from the first part of the day, but let me assure you and the audience that any national context, any national effort that has been approved either in national policies or national standards, we are endorsing with them, we are integrating with them, and we are an enabler to their field. So it's embedded, it's within the national framework of dealing with data. So thank you so much. اخواني واخواتي اصحاب المعالي السعاده، شاكرين جهودكم. هذا بالنسبه لجزئيه المعايير. استاذنكم بان انقل المايك لسعاده مساعد رئيس الهيئه العامه للمساحه الاستاذ عاصم الغامدي. تفضل.
شكرا لكم جميعا. للتنويه، تم رفع الوثيقه بالكامل في موقع الهيئه، والهيئة ترحب بجميع المرئيات خلال 7 أيام أو الأسبوعين القادم أو الأسبوع القادم. فأرجو من الجميع إبداء مرئياتهم حيال السياسات والمعايير موقع الهيئة، وإرسالها إلى إيميل المهندس علي العواجي لتحديث وتطوير الوثيقة. ثانيا حاب أشكر كثير الدكتور إنجو، مستر روب، مستر جوش، ومهندسنا علي العواجي على الورشة العمل الجميعة، وأعزمكم وأدعوكم جميعا على شرف سعادة الرئيس لتناول طعام الغداء، فلتتفضلوا مشكورين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.